it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. We are on day number 21. We are currently waiting for court to even start today. So there's some shenanigans happening. And I am here with the lovely Sleuthie Goosie. Hi, Sleuthie.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm glad to hear you all the way awake again. By
So,
the way, in case anyone's having like a traumatic flashback, we now have Teresa's phone number. So if we lose her, we can just call her over and over again. We can ping her. So it won't
It's
be.
true. It's true. In case of emergencies.
Yes.
Case of emergencies. So just an update. Mom is still in the hospital. They're hoping to have some more answers today. Kind of a shitty weekend for her, being stuck in, not that she's out and about and active, but, you know, at the barbecues. It's not like she lives in Canton or anything where she's out drinking no matter what her age is.
Yeah, really.
So I don't have much of an update in that regard, besides that they say today they'll have better answers. I don't know, maybe the docs were all on vacation.
That could be so.
So court hasn't started. It's kind of crazy. So Alessi, asked the judge to come in. No, who dis? I have not found the pool video. Sleuthie probably would find it in a heartbeat.
What pool video?
The pool video, the one from the summer of 2023 that didn't come out until right before the first trial. And it's where they're either recording a video or they're a Facebook Live. I don't know what it was. I think it was just recording a video. And they're talking about that they were indicted by the grand, or that they were subpoenaed by the grand jury.
Chris
Do
Albert.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was Chris Albert Jr. And
we looked forever on Friday. We could not find that video.
I know I've seen it. I almost feel like I remember seeing it on Turtle Boy's page.
So I looked there. If he has it that way, he doesn't have it searchable, written in a way that made it easy to search.
Yeah.
I played it last year during trial, so I know. It's on my channel somewhere.
Oh God, that's going to be hard to find.
Right. So I looked in just the two pre-trial, this is what we're getting into videos, and I couldn't find it there. And I was like, that means it's in a recap video from one of the days, and I'm like, I have no idea where to even start there. So let me say hi to everybody in chat real quick, and then I am going to hop off and go finish packing lunches and take kid. I only think I have one to take today. We only have 8 days left of school, you guys. 8 days left.
We only have 3. Well, do we count today?
I'm counting today because my kid's not in school yet. So
today, tomorrow, and Thursday is last day's Thursday.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right. So hi, Shaz. Hi, Lacey. Hi, Joanna. Hi, Indiana girl. What's up, Free Ricky Bay? Hi, Hoodis. Hi, Christy. Hi, Chelsea. Hello, Spring.
Hi, Kim. Love you. Good morning.
Hi, Ems. Hi, Anna. Hi, Bree. Let me see who else is up here. Hi, Snappy. Hi, Amy Lou. Here we go. Where is everybody else up here? Hold on. I know there was somebody else here. I post Punk Mama. I think she's coming back. She had to go to work.
Boo.
Boo. Work. Oh, Amy Lou, your kids are already out. There's a new filing, M said.
The witness thing?
And can I see that link? No. I cannot see that link. M's posted a link in the chat. All right, I'm going to hop off because otherwise I'm going to end up being late. So you guys have fun. I'll be listening on my drive.
Oh, we shall. If we are not in court by the time you come back, I'm going to break something.
We just quit for the day. We're like, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done.
Like, I mean, you got to be kidding. We've been off for 5 days.
Defendant supplemental list of prospective witnesses. So they do have somebody else they want to call. Hey, girly Pop-Tart.
It's a list of like 4 people. They're solely for the purpose of authenticating records, which is boring. I looked up a couple of them. The one guy, Mike something or other, from Canton, he is like a general manager at wine.com, but that's probably not him. Or maybe it is. I don't know.
Maybe they do. Maybe they're getting the wine guy in. Oh, I got to go. Okay, so who just says posting the link to her YouTube page so you can click it and see if it's the pool video.
But we can't see it.
I think if she posts it like on her community wall.
Oh, wait, I am a mod, so I can go on my phone and I will be able to click her page.
Yep. Okay, be back.
No, don't be late. Turtle Boy can't cover up part 70. Let's see. Let's see. No, you don't need to know my location. Huh. Who said that? Because you were correct. What a godsend. All right, hold on. I knew I saw it on his page. Okay. Right here. Thank you. I wasn't looking for it all that time, but everybody that's been looking for it all that time is probably really relieved. What is this titled that she didn't find it? Grand jury. Okay. No, I don't want that. Don't want that one.
goes to grand jury and we arrest by the FBI. He goes to grand jury.
So he says something about the FBI and then says, I think it was a grand jury. I believe that's what he's saying.
Arrest by the FBI. He goes to grand jury and we arrest by the FBI. He goes to grand jury and we
I think he said approached by the FBI and then something about the grand jury in like a week. I don't want to play it like endlessly, but this is Chris Albert Jr. Make it small. I'll just read you what Turtle Boy wrote. Last week, Chris Albert Jr., the older brother of Colin Albert and son of Chicken Parm Charlie. Oh, so the one that was like filming, you guys remember which one he is in the shorts and the shirt outside the pizza place that day? That's Chris Albert Jr. Posted a video on Facebook that accidentally caught him saying something interesting. This is the Facebook post. Who posted it? Oh, well, we can't really see. That's, oh. I think this is him. It moves really quick. Chicken Parm Charlie is Chris Albert. More context. By the FBI. He goes to grand jury in a week. I think it said approached by the FBI. More context would be nice. So we are left to speculate who he was talking about, but it is interesting that the brother of a man accused in open court of participating in the murder of a police officer who we know as a fact hired, why are their toes? Hired well-known Brockton attorney Joe Krowski. So he's the one that's like on court TV and shit all the time. Would be openly discussing the FBI and going in front of a grand jury. People his age normally don't talk about the FBI and grand juries while socializing with drinks in hand. We know as a fact that the feds have launched a grand jury and subpoenaed several suspects in the murder and subsequent cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe. So July. I have Collins. Let me see. I have Collins subpoena, I think. Let me look here. I do. So I guess that was in July. Bridgewater State University Police Department. April 10th, 2023. Is when Colin Vincent Albert was subpoenaed. The narrative on it says 9:06 out with 2 FBI agents at the above location to serve Albert Colin. Chris Albert Jr., the one that was running some Facebook page / group that was removed. I'm not sure. Wait, what is happening? I think it started. Hold on. Well, hold on, people. sound on? I'm telling you what, there better be a good reason for all this craziness. We want HD. Looks no different. Cool. Cool, cool, cool.
All right. I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar again.
You were just at sidebar. Like, first of all, who the fuck is that? Oh, wait. Is that Mr. Wolk? Oh, he looked different standing up. No, well. I mean, do we know, is Proctor even alive? I mean, maybe he is dead. So, like, if I'm sitting here wondering if he's alive or dead, I mean, the jury has to, too. Who is that? Is that Alan Jackson? Why is everyone but him at sidebar? Who's that? It's blurry. I thought that was Ronnie the juror with no bow tie. Who is that? Who is that? Oh, wait. That's the guy from the... Who is that? Paul's wearing black. He looks like he's going to a funeral. This one playing with her hair. Why is that not the best quality? I'm in HD. Oh, I thought that was Paul. It's not Paul. That's Paul. In the back. Look at there. Hold on. Oh, come on, get out of the way. That's Paul. I thought that was Paul. That's how. Why is it blurry? Like, that's how shitty it looks over here. And I don't understand. I'm in 1080p. Who was that? Was that Aaron? Can't see past Mr. Wolf. That's not Aaron. Who is that? Oh my God, I thought that was Paul. That is so funny. Why are there so many bald people in the thing today?
Oh, great. Great.
I like this jacket. I like the color. Excuse me. Y'all see that? You see that right there? You see that pin right there on his lapel? I don't know who that is, but look at that pin on his lapel. Is this an FBI person? He looks like FBI. Who is that? Oh, you know who this is, I think? I think this is the friend. I'm going to have to, I'll text somebody that would know for sure. But I think this is the friend of John's that would go to the select board meetings. He's like a lawyer. And I think that's him. And I can't think of his name. He's on Twitter too. He's like in all the threads. He thinks Aaron's guilty. Told you, I think some of these people are strangers. If I was a juror, I would be coming out like, what is your all's problem? What is y'all's problem? We've been here for 2 hours. We've been off for 5 days. Lacey, I do too, but I still think my favorite outfit of hers, I believe, is the, who was that? Oh, I wonder if it was Welchure. But my favorite outfit of hers is that like powder blue suit, whatever color that is.
You told me to the evidence of the court in case
I bet you that's Welchure.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Wow, she allowed a voir dire. I bet that's Welchure.
Thank you.
Are they going to ask if he has a PhD?
Morning, Dr. Welchure.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welchure, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation
Uh-oh.
in the last few days in this case,
Uh-oh.
correct?
I
Oh, shit.
did a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted
Why?
a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally,
Mhm.
with Lieutenant
Tully.
Tully.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Don't know her.
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted
Give me
those
a call, man.
conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole
Lacey, girl, me too. I don't even believe any of these people graduated high school. You're going to need to show me your transcripts from high school. Yes, it's a voir dire.
flurry of
I think he is in trouble. He's in trouble with me.
conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
Hated them.
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, do you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully? Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
You got to
When
vote.
was the first conversation, how many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Is anybody else getting the feeling that like Tully's a big problem this time around? He's also, in case you didn't know, he's also the one that's charged Turtle Boy. Like he's been the driving force behind that. And I'm just wondering, I mean, Tully's name is coming up a lot. Way more than it did last year.
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time
So
frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him,
Yes,
It's been that
Um,
many.
can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Unless he seems
I had
really
no
annoyed.
discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth
Brennan.
about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last
Why is
2
he
weeks.
playing-
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday, We ran through it briefly again, and then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
What?
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
And Hank didn't give it to them until
8 to 10
8 to 10
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Did you see his
Are you
photo?
aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Then how do you know?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example,
I was going to say, then how do you, if you didn't read them, then how do you know it's unfortunate?
they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the concept.
I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you that I will not believe anybody who tries to tell me that Hank Brennan didn't see where the defense was going here with this. The fact that he touched the phone afterwards, locked it, used his phone or used his face to unlock it, and then had these people change the reports to include that time so that he could negate the defense's theory.
Consequences of that change. Do you, sir?
Which is wrong.
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original
What?
data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It
Please,
brings
for
it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My
But it
original,
does. It does bring it significantly closer because it now includes an action that was done on the phone that it did not previously include.
timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir,
Awesome.
isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in.
Okay.
Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay?
So is she going to let him testify to it or what?
I'll see you at sidebar. So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think
Sure did, Bev.
the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer.
Nope,
than
I didn't get no
ordinary.
coffee or donuts or muffins.
I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury the case.
Wait, his voir dire was not under oath?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What?
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
He said, can I refer to my resume
All right,
again?
Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welchure. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welchure, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction in things such as this is the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welchure, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body.
Still answering?
And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college.
Yeah, me
I
too.
quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so
What about
in
physiology?
around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you
Okay.
pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about
That's
the company
annoying.
you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it.
MC supposedly has a PhD. We shall see.
In right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welchure reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know that he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say? report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, in vitro human lumbar spine, intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you've published many articles. Have there been articles that you've published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry, but I can't get past the fact that he's having to look at his CV to answer these questions. Like what classes he took, what he got certified in, what papers he's written, shit like that. I find it very strange. Sir, did you write your CV? It's almost like he has to ensure that they match.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called Sleuthie, which is our company, largely led by the engineer Christopher Furbish that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. Sleuthie 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, Does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, Another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper. 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welchure use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Leslie, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welchure is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welchure.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene and both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welchure notes that this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
Do you think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the backside of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. A lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the TechStream data.
The TechStream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The TechStream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new TechStream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr.
Something else I don't like about him is that like basic abbreviations and stuff that he should know for his job, it seems he doesn't know them.
O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the TechStream download. So this is a screenshot from the TechStream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
That assumes you know her route.
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to.
Did he just say his middle name is Blood? Judson Blood Welcher? Is that what he said?
As the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, yes.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have you can have two triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. matching all the distances by miles. Is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to
all
consider the
tools
totality
to
of
add
the
up for you to
data.
make up shit. I can't stand this guy, dude. I'm like having a really hard time today because I can't stand this guy. Between him and Brennan, the slime factor of sitting in watching this today is really bugging me. These guys are disgusting.
Yeah, I agree. I'm like, just really, I'm ready. I know this is their last witness, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just like trying to let it be over.
Yeah, I know.
But
I
he'll
wouldn't be
clearly,
surprised, like Indiana Girl was saying in chat yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if Brennan throws on a sympathetic family witness, to play on the emotions. But I mean, like listening to this guy, he's like, oh yeah, it's like he's just throwing all these numbers out there, and he's like, this all just helps us get a better idea. And it's like, no, dude, you're wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, and they're just like okay with it.
Mhm.
If this all gave you the information you needed, you didn't need to change shit 8 days ago. You lying sack of shit.
Yeah, I think this guy would clearly just say whatever he needs to. I mean, he couldn't even answer the questions about his CV without looking at the CV. And even in the CV, there was like initials to stuff that he didn't even know what they stood for.
And I was like, you guys can't really see that, huh? Oh, oopsie, sorry. Like, too bad. You're just going to have to take my word for it. Well, I don't fucking believe a thing you say, sir. So just go home.
Yeah, I don't like him.
I don't like him at all, man. I didn't
like him when he
I
sat
have like
down.
a yucky feeling about him. Like, he gives me the yuck. Like, Burgess was obviously a liar, but he didn't even give me the yuck until I was realizing he was a liar. This guy has slimeball written all over him.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. He's just bugging me.
No, I get it too. And I think that the voir dire put the bad taste in my mouth.
Yes.
Which the jury didn't see.
I know. Of course, they don't ever get to see what's actually important.
Yeah. And so it's like, also, I think a little bit of what plays into my dislike or distrust. Look at Bev. Dislike or distrust or whatever of him is also just what Burgess has done to Aperture. Like,
right.
My view of Aperture is like not great. You know what I mean?
No.
So any witness that's coming from them, like I'm not impressed with them as a company. And I don't think that they have morals and values of a company that I think we should have if we're going to be testifying to put people in jail for murder,
Right.
So,
well, I mean, the fact that even when Burgess was up there, he's like, I didn't create this. I didn't put that on the website. It's like, you guys are lying in order to bring in customers. And then you let Burgess sit there and take the fall for it with your, I didn't really read the emails because I was told I couldn't, but yet you have no problem talking to fucking Tully and anybody else.
Yeah.
Slimy.
And Tully, I can't wait to see where we go with Tully. Because I think there's more I think we're going to learn a lot more about Tully.
Well, yeah, I mean, Tully got demoted.
Yeah.
Buddies with Proctor. Not bringing Tully on the stand this time. So the jury's going to be like, why aren't we seeing Tully? Why aren't we seeing Proctor? Why isn't the state telling us who or showing us who these people are that were so involved in this investigation? And Tully involved up until Sunday when he's transporting this dude.
Yeah.
I hope so, Lynette. I hope that they're not stupid because this is just a joke. How much money has been thrown into this? It's fucking wasted.
Yeah, it is. 2 of them now.
It looks like he probably has dandruff all year long.
Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it.
That's like the worst insult ever.
Which is what I did.
Oh, okay.
So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? I hate
I
to
am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock.
What?
I want to see 1158 and 1159 key cycle to show me that there's no 3-point turn there or any type of U-turn.
Yeah. Well, there would have to be a trigger. Like
Well,
there would have to be a trigger within that key cycle in order for it to be shown.
True.
So the
But I
key
mean,
cycle,
the thing is about the key cycles is that if you count them back, that's not that key cycle.
if we don't get into that, I'll be shocked. I mean, I hope they count backwards the key cycles. Like that needs to be put to bed.
I really does, because if somebody needs to answer how we're coming up with an 1162 is even the right key cycle, because it just does not make sense to me. It needs to be 1158 or 1159, depending on if she turned her car off at Jen McCabe's house. So I don't understand how it's not. I don't even know how we're talking about 1162.
I don't know, but they need to count backwards for sure.
I
Like, that's the
absolutely
first thing
think
I would do.
the 1162, I believe, is the tow truck. That's absolutely what I believe. I need somebody to show me how it's not.
I just want him to get up there. That's the first thing I would do on cross, is I would be counting backwards. Because anything else he has to say is completely fucking irrelevant if the key cycle is not, or if the key cycle is the tow. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they might have something.
If they won't bring it up though, if they think it is 1162, you know what I mean? So if they agree on the fact that they do think that whatever they're talking about, the 1162 is the time frame of her leaving there, or her leaving 34 Fairview, nobody's ever going to explain to us how that even makes sense, because I don't think 1162 is correct. They didn't explain it to us in the first trial.
Yeah.
Don't have this guy do it. Have Dr. Dreamy do it. Yeah, and just destroy
Yeah,
anything
but
this
then,
guy
I
says.
mean, but then they'll sit there and be like, they could sit there and be thinking like, oh, well, Dr. Dreamy is their expert. So like, of course he's going to try to, you know what I mean? Like, so then I also kind of think that that they're not going to question if that's the correct key cycle, because it almost seems like they're accepting of the fact that it is, because they're using the data from that to show through ARCA that miles per hour and being in reverse, so would have been hitting the taillight first, isn't possible. You know what I mean? Like, why would they do all that if they thought the key cycle was wrong? Because
that's my thing, is I don't know if they're even, if they don't think the key cycle is wrong, or if it's harder for the defense to argue the key cycle being wrong, then they're not going. We're never going to understand it. I don't know. I need somebody else to explain it to me then, if they're not going to fix it in the trial, or tell me how it even makes sense that 1162 is right.
I don't know.
I still think it's 1158 or 1159.
The other thing I don't like is that he like put all this data into a spreadsheet by himself.
Yeah,
like
he manually puts it in. How do we know there's not any errors there? I know. I was thinking the same thing.
He downloaded it himself and he put it in himself. Like, how do we know that this data is even correct?
Now, is he peer reviewed it all on any of this information? Does somebody else look at this work?
Probably Burgess.
Yeah, exactly.
That tells you anything.
So she said she did a 3-point turn in one of her interviews. They're probably using that info. Well, I agree with you, but I just have a problem with the fact that did she do a 3-point turn on key cycle 1158 or 1159? And then you have a 3-point turn from 1162 that's out in front of her dad's house.
But in that interview, she was talking about 3-point turn to leave. And Buchanan testified that when they went to go talk to her at the house that very day, that she said she made a 3-point turn and left. So we're talking about a huge difference. We're talking about a 3-point turn that doesn't even happen on Fairview Road, that we're told happened because of the Waze app. And then you're talking about testimony that says she made a 3-point turn on Fairview, which would then explain Matt McCabe saying that he saw the waves in the road or whatever. That like, I don't understand how that was like not missed. I mean, this trial, it's not been missed because obviously Matt has not testified, but how that wasn't a bigger deal. Because if you know, as a defense, that the Waze is saying that she made a 3-point turn out on Cedar Crest, completely out of the view of Fairview Road, then how the fuck would anybody inside Fairview Road have known that she ever made a 3-point turn?
That was my thing when we
like, where'd they come up with that? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Where did they just pull that out of their ass? What person would make a 3-point turn there? Now, would it have made sense, her not knowing where she's going, to the fact that they got lost on the way there and needed to use Waze? Would she turn around and go back in the same direction she came from? Probably. That would make sense to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't. I would be like, that's just the weirdest thing
I
ever.
think
Who
the
makes
whole thing with the 3-point turn was one, because of the data from the car, but two, it made more sense how John ended up in the yard where he was if she had done a 3-point turn and during the 3-point turn had backed up and hit him, therefore propelling him backward into the yard. So they needed it to be a 3-point turn. That's what the whole thing was, because then they had to do this weird side swipe thing that just didn't add up, because now there was no 3-point turn there.
Data is too confusing for me. Y'all know I love a spreadsheet. I mean, I fucking love a spreadsheet, but we don't even get to see the whole goddamn spreadsheet. What is this? It's clipped up. All we get to see is your little times and then you telling us what the, like, again, I'm a huge fan of a spreadsheet, 100%. But I want to see the actual data that you pulled this from. Like this, I don't trust this as it sits.
No, I agree with you.
I also don't like that you're assuming you know the route.
The fact where Trooper Paul comes in is Trooper Paul shows in his testimony from round 1 that everything he does is under key cycle 1164.
It's under several, Teresa. There's several.
Well, after 64, I should say. Right? It's 64, I believe. And down. So anything else that's done after that, anything from there on is from the
police.
The troopers.
Right.
That's how they counted back, or Trooper Paul counted back and said that the key cycle 1162 is the one where she hits John, because he counted backwards. That was his testimony. Like how we got to 1162 was his testimony, which then when we count back, that doesn't make sense. Alan Jackson tried to kind of go over it. He was like, okay, so every time you do this and every time you do that, this is what happens. He kind of touched on it, but he never dug into it.
The wrong tail. Yeah, that's true. Did you ever see the video of the car with the balloon that someone did on Fairview where they made the 3-point turn and then it was very clearly obvious that had that been when she hit him, like if that is how she left, that it would have been the driver's side taillight?
Yep.
Have you seen that video? Really, it was for as stupid as like, and it looked so real. I don't even know if it was real and it was a drone or what. But I mean, it looked very real to me, as from what I can remember. Let's watch it. You didn't see it? Okay, I'll try. Well, I'll try to find it, and put it up. But they basically, when there was a question of like when she left, did she leave via a 3-point turn and go back the way she came, or did she pull off?
That's when Matt McCabe is out there going, she made a 3-point turn because we could see it in the snow.
But then you have documents that say that Jennifer McCabe says that she watched the vehicle pull away. It might have been her and Matt, actually. I would have to go back and look. But either one or both of them.
Well, because then they change it so that she's driving north, makes the 3-point turn, and then is facing south. Because that was the second story, was that remember, because she came up supposedly by Bella's mom's.
What's really bothering the shit out of me is that it's just so clearly obvious, and more so than last year, is that Hank will have his witnesses and he manages to find witnesses who are willing, but Hank will just have witnesses who will say whatever in order to try to close up the
discrepancies.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and don't give a fuck if it's different from last year and they're going to be confronted about it, or if it's like they just don't care. They're just going to say whatever in order to try to close all holes. And that really bothers me.
And not call any of those people who created the holes. So then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like, it's super clear to me. that that's what he's doing.
I don't know if it's clear to a jury though. That's where I get stuck.
Ipsy Dixit.
Yeah, an Ipsy
Because he
Dixit.
said so. I mean, that's what most of these people are. But I want to get this
A
done.
bunch
And
of
over.
Ipsy Dixits.
Do you think he did a since he did all that 3D stuff, do you think he did a video?
Probably
Like
not.
all these people, you mean to tell me that Plevin took the time to make a video, but none of these professionals did? Getting paid all this money?
I'd be surprised if he did, but you know, I don't know. Who knows at this point?
I want to know more about his, like I said, the data that he used for that spreadsheet. I want to know more about that data and the fact that he went himself and pulled it. Because, like, I wonder, see, that doesn't really make any sense. They said when they did the chip off thing that they would just destroy it. Like, basically, that was it. Nothing could be done with it. You couldn't, even the car won't be drivable after that.
Right.
So I'm a little confused about how he would have been able to go back in and pull this data again. The other thing is they assume that they know the route of travel from One Meadows to Dighton, because they're relying on that to know how many miles they would have to minus to figure out that this key cycle is at Fairview. Does that make any sense what I just said?
Kind of.
So, like, if they're using a route that's like, say you type in, you're at One Meadows and you type in her parents' house in Dighton, and it shows you three routes, and you pick the shortest one, and that shortest one is, say, 60 miles.
Okay.
They're picking that, and then they're minusing 60 miles from the mileage when it arrived at Canton. And then saying, okay, well, we minused that 60 miles plus the 1 mile or whatever from One Meadows to Jen McCabe's, plus 1 mile from here to there, plus 2 miles from here to there. And that puts us at mileage, blah, 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 which is what the mileage was when it had this trigger event. And so it had to be at Fairview. But my point is what if they didn't? So, like, I could do that right now. I could put it in right now from my house to my old house or my ex-husband's house. Okay. And that's almost 2 hours away. And it could show me 3 or 4 different routes, but I might take one of my own routes. I might take a back road. I mean, we're in West Virginia. I could take roads that are like not on the map. So you would have to take into account my mileage if I went that way. So for this slide and these reports and shit, they assumed that they knew the route that her parents drove her car from One Meadows to their house.
Correct.
It might have been longer or shorter. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
They don't know what way she went. The only way they would know is if they talked to, I'm assuming her dad is the one that drove, like talked to her dad and
or
said,
her brother. It was one of them that drove.
Yeah. I like the Ipsy Dixit too. I'd never even heard of it. And then when he said it,
me either, but now it's going to be forever.
Yes, Teresa, I did order. I had to take a walk to say I had you on my phone, but I was like, if I don't like go for a walk, like I wasn't expecting it to be that boring. I can't stand sitting through the education and all that shit, especially when someone, and also another thing I want to know is why he needed all of that information to do this. Why did he need all these people's testimony? And there were other things that popped in my head that I was like, why the fuck would he need that? But like, especially the testimony. Oh, Jennifer McCabe's cell phone information, the Celebrate. Why the fuck would he need that for this job?
Why would he need that? Yeah.
What? I mean, like, it just seems like there was a whole lot of unnecessary things given him. And I don't know why on earth they felt that necessary unless
they think that Jen McCabe's data is like the most reliable.
Well, I didn't know if it was that or, well, no, it can't be. And also her data is irrelevant to them like figuring these things out. Like for instance, if John's phone is off in time from the Lexus clock, then Jen's probably is too. I don't know why they would have sent him Jen's stuff.
It doesn't
And not
matter because
Karen's.
Celebrate's supposedly garbage anyway.
Okay, but Jen McCabe's Celebrate information was important to give to the accident reconstructionist, but not Karen Reed's,
Right.
who's supposedly the one that got into the accident. That doesn't make any sense. So,
Well, I agree with you. So I got nothing of substance to add to that.
3-point turn ended, heading back south. Also, these like red, blue, and red, like I can hardly see this. Like, why is the picture so big? What is this writing? Wait a minute, you can't see it. What is this writing right here? Who's supposed to read that? You see this? You see this is writing.
Yeah.
Are these
Green on
coordinates?
green.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you make it. That's how you make
And
it work.
here.
It's like, oh, well, look, they put a lot of time and wrote a bunch of stuff on here.
A 3-point turn. We'll show you a 3-point turn. I'm going to look for that video because I know, I mean, it has to be somewhere. And it's a really good demonstration of like, even if she had done a 3-point turn out of there, there's no way that she would have hit John with that passenger side taillight, which I
Right.
think they didn't think of when they made that claim.
No, everything has changed multiple times. Even before first trial, that all changed. Because that's why I said it was supposedly the 3-point turn that hit him, but then they changed it to a 3-point turn when she arrived.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, now we've got that the 3-point turn was done over at, well, trial 1 we had that too. The 3-point turn is done over on Cedar Crest. I don't know, he's gonna piss me off.
I also would be super curious to know how many other similar movements caused trigger events. I also would want to know if any other triggers occurred where multiple ones of them happened on the same key cycle, or was this the only one?
Good question.
All right. Let's listen to him. Also, he sits like Bukkake. Did you see this?
No.
With the
Who's
arm,
that guy?
The arm hung up on the one on the side, like Lally
Who's
gas.
the bald guy that you thought was Paul?
What?
Who's the bald guy that you thought was Paul?
Oh, I knew I was going to try to find stuff out. I have no idea. I wanted to see if that other guy with the hair with the pin on his lapel, if that's
I think that's John O'Keefe's friend that kind of reminds me of Matt
the
McCabe.
lawyer friend that went to the meetings.
I feel like that's possible.
He's
That's
a very
that
tiny
was a
man.
good suggestion earlier because that's who he kind of reminded me of. But I don't. The bald
Did you
guy.
hear me say that earlier, though?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, so maybe so.
I could have confirmation bias.
Yeah, it might be him though. But the bald guy I thought was Paul. I have no idea. I don't know that I've ever seen him before. He has to be related, right?
Maybe, or he's just from Canton and he's a bald white guy with no lips.
Oh, is that lady there the redheaded lady that John went on a date with too?
I have not seen her since we called her out.
Oh, since we were talking about the husband. Do you think her husband watches this show, our show?
I don't know, but I'm telling you, I have
And
not
he was like,
seen
you know
her
what?
since.
These freaks are right.
Yeah,
She's not allowed to go back.
he's like, I need to rein you in. People are making fun of me on the internet.
That would be so funny if he did watch us. And he was like, I can't even participate in the chat because they're talking about how stupid I am for letting you go and be obsessed with Ron O'Keefe still. Yes. One's called a Sleuthie Goose. She might be able to find out that I'm actually your husband. And then they're
Yeah,
really
and then it's going to be a problem, and then they're going to make fun of me even more because I look like a chump.
I swear to God, Lacey, literally that was in my head. And then you put it in the chat. I wasn't going to say it, but that's exactly what I was thinking. I don't think he really is, but I was literally thinking the exact thing.
Thomas is like, get your ass home right now.
If Thomas is listening and he doesn't deny it, then I'm gonna really be suspicious. I'm gonna have my eyebrow raised. That would explain all the. I can't really talk. I'm just popping in every once in a while.
I can't. Yeah, I can't really talk to you guys anymore because you guys know I'm a bitch who lets my wife go places.
That is so funny. Good for him though, because like
she has not been back. I'm telling you, I have not.
Yeah,
seen her
good for him. I would have been like, you are making a fool out of me, ma'am, and the whole nation's watching this, so you're gonna need to find something else to do every day from 9 to 4, like a job.
in the fucking house, bitch.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If Thomas is listening, obviously.
I love Thomas.
But I
Thomas is the husband. I still love Thomas.
Yeah, me too. It's just funny that I was thinking it in my head, and then she said, like, of all the people you could have picked.
Oh, my chat friends are laughing at me now, wife.
Oh dear. There's totally a chair in their bathroom. Oh, for sure. All right.
To a real world clock.
All right.
So if you take to a that information you see over here is
like, yeah, bro, we can barely see. Like, what is this? You know what this reminds me of is when someone takes a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot of a screen, and then it just looks like weird. Per data from Shannon Burgess. We spelled his name wrong. Man, Shannon spells it with one N.
GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welchure, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So This shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
Mr.
O'Keefe's
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
I literally just realized that nothing was happening.
They went to a sidebar
Like,
because it feels like nothing's happening anyway. So it
Yeah.
just keeps going.
like
The
I sat
redundancy
here, I
of
was
it.
sitting here, like staring at my iPad, and I was like, wait, it's a little quiet.
That's
and I
right,
saw
Anna.
that-
It doesn't inspire confidence if he's relying on Burgess. Well, that he changed his shit in accordance with Burgess too.
Mhm.
I just don't trust these people.
Me either.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
Prove it.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, Can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this.
Yeah, but
Is
those
there
are all
something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds,
Bruh, he didn't even center the data in the rows or in the columns. Gross.
in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data. Can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window,
So wait,
accelerating in reverse. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
a minus sign is slowing or accelerating in reverse?
That's according to him, yes.
What?
Because
If you're accelerating in reverse,
it should be a positive still.
yeah, because you're still
in
hitting the
reverse.
accelerator. You're not hitting the
Right.
brake.
And the negative would be slowing down. That makes sense to me too, Sleuthie, but that according to him.
Okay.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information. Is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred?
A reasonable degree of engineering certainty? We're not even talking about science?
No. Just the engineering certainty.
Okay.
As it is portrayed in the
'Cause he's
data.
a fucking
Yes, I
idiot.
did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
I thought he sounds like a jack.
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about
Apparently
12
that's a
minutes,
real thing.
23
I just dieseled that.
seconds
Okay.
after
I'd never heard that.
the vehicle was turned on. So
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21:23:38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Just a minute, my butt. Oh dear.
Sleuthie, did you see my message in the back chat?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Aw.
Yeah,
Aw. You don't want him to?
I don't like this one, but my opinion isn't relevant. So,
Aw.
yeah, so he's gonna come home and get me. So I'll let you know when I'm gonna leave, but it shouldn't be long because it's just right down the street. And I'm just dropping him back off, and then he's gonna deal with it, and I'm just gonna drive back in the truck.
Mine? Oh.
Dr. Welchure, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38
Bullshit admin.
is syncing.
What is
This is them trying to compensate for the fact that John touches the phone, turns on the FaceTime, and closes it.
11 minutes and 2.8 seconds?
That's how long the car had been on. The car had been on.
Right. But I don't
Right.
remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember.
So they took the 12:12:36 from the infotainment system when the car turns on. With that key cycle, 11:62, according to these two bozos. And so now they're saying, okay, 11.28 or 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds. Add that to when the car turns on, which apparently turned the car on at exactly 12:36 and 0 seconds, right?
according to them, but I'm just looking. Oh, here it is. So the first trigger, so 11:62:1 began 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds after the car was started. And then 11:62:2 was 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds. So where the fuck is he getting 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds?
I guess he's about to tell us, unless he already has. I thought that was the whole thing. Isn't that where the quote unquote 11:62-1 is? Is it 12:23:38? I think that's what he's.
But what I'm saying is
that's when the 3-point turn supposedly is.
So I get what the math should be. So the math so if the car is turned on at 12:36 and they're going to leave the waterfall, then the trigger event that they're saying is the 3-point turn occurred 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds later. So where are they getting 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds later?
Maybe that's from John's phone variance. I don't know.
I'm saying, like,
I don't know.
Because
that's what they need it to be. They just put that in because that's the number that it needs to be. I don't know.
In reality, it should be 12:36 plus 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. So I don't know where the fuck. See, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds later. I don't know what that is not here. That is not what this text stream data says. Maybe because it takes 3 seconds for the infotainment logo to come on. So what would you do? Minus 3 seconds from the 10 minutes and 57 seconds? That still doesn't equal 12:23:38. See, because you have to remember, they also have to have him still in the car when the stairs thing happens. So
right.
I think they are spending too much time trying to get this data to perfectly line up with the cell phone data, that they're literally lying about what this data is to make
100%. That's the whole thing. Is all of this is now all bullshit to match Whiffen.
I mean, this is nonsense. I'm looking right at it, and the elapsed time since the time it was turned on, the key cycle began, it's 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. So wherever this is coming from, the 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds, I don't understand what he's talking about. Except that it needed to line up with this.
Text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds.
What do you mean, for example? So is that not the correct? Like, what do you mean, for example?
It either is or it isn't.
Are you saying, for example, because that is not
an example?
19-second buffer on John's foot. That still doesn't equal 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds. Like, there's something I'm missing. I'm looking at the text stream stuff from last trial, and for key cycle 11:62:1, which is what we're talking about right here, it says that the elapsed time from the time the car is turned on to the time the trigger event happens is 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. I don't understand where he's getting the 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds. The 19-second buffer on John's phone, the 3 seconds before the car, the infotainment screen comes up, none of that stuff then equals that these two numbers are the same. They're still different numbers. And him saying, as for example, like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't want examples. I want you to show me the actual data.
Yeah, or what you're putting on your paperwork shouldn't be your example.
Right. Or label it as an example instead of 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds later, end time of trigger. So if that's the end time of the trigger, then basically what he's saying is the beginning of the trigger is 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. So my time is the beginning, I'm assuming is what he's going to say. My time is the beginning and his is the end. 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds.
Probably.
Is that 10 seconds? Because they said they only measured in 10 seconds. 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. I don't think that puts us. 10 seconds would put us at 11 minutes and 7 seconds or something. So I don't know. Whatever.
The trigger is, that gives you 12, 23, 38.
What's annoying me is I want to understand this, but I just feel like he's lying anyway and it's pointless.
Yeah.
Like that's how little I trust him. Like I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I just don't trust him. And so that's why I think I'm confused.
So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock,
Based on the infotainment clock
and that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at 0.154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need
That's
to
what I said,
advance
Paul.
the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to
For
29
why?
seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 20,
Also, why would you use something that's running off of satellites and claim that it's ahead? Why wouldn't you instead say that the Lexus clock is behind?
Right. Well, I guess they're counting on the fact that the Lexus clock is more accurate than the phone. I don't know. I just don't know. I just wonder what the jury's thinking. Like, why are we changing all these numbers and having to add all this stuff to it instead of just being able to look at it?
Exactly. Like if you have to change all these numbers to make the numbers line up, I mean, that's a little curious. But also, we keep talking about the text stream data. Do you remember last trial when Dr. Wolf with ARCO was trying to talk about the text stream stuff and there was an objection and she sustained it and he wasn't allowed to talk about the text stream stuff? I'm hoping this time they let him talk about the text stream stuff. In fact, I want to say he actually wrote like a paper about text stream data. So hopefully this time we'll get to hear about it because, yeah, Bev said no. But like I never really got an explanation, but I'm wondering if it's because that maybe wasn't in the report or I don't really know. But now that they're actual defense witnesses, I fully expect them to be able to talk about that. I want to hear about that.
21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
Okay, Sleuthie, I'll be right back, okay?
Okie dokie.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data,
The original cell phone data.
you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is.
Oh, Lacey, where are you? That's a 3-point turn. Hold on.
We ran a
The video I am thinking of is way better, but right here.
simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
What? Consistent with the interview statements about making a 3-point turn. Sir, people lie. People lie all the time.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
This bullshit.
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in a southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
if you can scroll over a couple of columns, from your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour.
Okay, can you
When
pause
the
it?
data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So
I guess I'm confused because I thought the whole math equation was that it was like 22.5 miles per hour at 60 some feet. Is my memory bad on that? Because now he's saying it was like 13 miles per hour and went 87 feet and got up to 23 miles per hour. So like his data is completely different than what they were trying to convict her on the first time. Is that what is? Am I picking up what he's putting down? He's blaming the speed on the wheel slipping.
So maybe they're trying to say she was actually going faster. Like, because it was slipping. So maybe if it hadn't slipped, she would have been going faster, but because it did slip, the vehicle itself was going slower.
But how does he know it slipped?
Well, he gave a reason. I can't remember what it was. It was something about the speed. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a spreadsheet he created for his mom. He hasn't shown us like the data from Textry printed
Okay.
out. I honestly don't know. I am convinced he just is saying things that he's just saying things that he was given all this extra information, and now he's just saying things to try to get it all to match. That's all.
I can't. It's the only thing I can come up with. So I'm just really curious on how all of this information is. He's just like Joanna says, he's making an infer. I guess so. I can't wait till Alessi comes up here and just destroys this fucking guy. I'm ready for Cross.
I know.
Is he still on the stand in real time? I mean, he's not on the stand. I mean, is he still on direct?
Yeah.
I think they said like his PowerPoint's like 130 pages or something stupid. So
yeah, it's if not more than that.
Yeah, 180. I don't know. It was some dumb number.
I'm gonna
Now
see what
now -1 because he deleted it.
Nanya said. The wheel slip does not affect the speed, only the distance. So maybe that's what it was. He was saying like the distance was farther or not far enough for the speed.
So he had to come up with a reason on why it didn't match. So this is wheel slipping.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Uh, 4 minutes ago they went on lunch break. It's so Sue O'Connell says establishes what Welchure does. Very conversational. Jurors are paying attention and 2 are taking notes. Not a lot of note taking by the jurors during this portion of his testimony. Jurors are taking sporadic notes. Only one of the persistent note takers is writing. Now jurors are writing as Welchure reads the list of the reports, photos, etc. that he had access to. All jurors are awake. And this is straight. And more than one retired judge told me that it's not completely uncommon for some jurors to listen with their eyes closed. If a court officer, staff, or counsel see a juror with their eyes closed, they will inquire if they fell asleep or if they were listening with their eyes closed. There's a big difference between looks like and is. And no, I never. Oh, something about Donald Trump. Brennan has entered the PowerPoint presentation. Jurors are paying attention, taking notes. Some jurors are fidgeting, a couple of yawns, sips of beverages. I'm surprised she lets them have beverages. Jurors now paying close attention as the model of Karen's and John's cars are shown, digital mapping of Fairview. This testimony is similar to earlier testimony, sporadic note-taking. Many jurors writing as Welchure talks about the first trigger on the key cycle. The PowerPoint is still on screen. All but one juror is writing as Welchure details the next trigger event. A reminder that the lawyers are often standing or in the process of standing before saying objection, and they have to allow the question to complete before speaking. Brennan sits right in front of the witness box and always stands well before the question is completed. Professionally trained witnesses are taught to wait a beat before answering on cross. Alessi is very active and engaged at the defense table. Alessi asks for sidebar. Some jurors stand, a few have their heads down with elbows on knees, a couple are writing. The jurors are definitely paying close attention to and many taking notes when witnesses discuss timelines, the differing clocks, and running time. Jurors are hanging in there, paying attention. Another long sidebar where Alessi and Brennan making passionate, whispered arguments to the judge. If I were the judge, would be considering sending the jurors on a quick recess so they're not waiting in silence, call for an early lunch, or hope the issue gets resolved soon. Judge apologized, blah, blah, blah. It's a bright, sunny day. This is dry and dense information, but the jurors are alert, paying attention, some taking notes, although fewer notes than usual. I'm not loving the black background and white text with red. Lunch break, 45 minutes, and that was 7 minutes ago.
God, okay.
Like, how are they already on lunch? I wonder if he's going to take the entire day.
Oh, probably.
On direct.
Probably. If this PowerPoint is that long, I mean, I think it's
surely
gonna last forever.
I'll have to pay attention next time he calls like a slide number, because I hope they're not going through each one.
this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
Oh, let me go back.
13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see.
So 23 miles an hour when the data stops.
Sorry.
You can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
Why?
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
So just when and where are they saying she hit the brake to stop, to go forward again? Like what?
I don't know.
I mean, are they trying
So they said like it stops and then the car when the trigger stops.
Well, but she was backing up
23 miles an hour.
Yeah, and she was backing up that quickly.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it cause a trigger whenever she eventually slammed on the brakes, which she would have had to have done? Triggers are like anything abnormal. Well, if you're going 24 miles per hour in reverse and then you slam on your brakes, I'd imagine that would show. If it's going to show
a pedestrian is normal and doesn't register, then I don't think any of this fucking matters.
I mean, this is just bizarre. And where did she keep backing up? Like, if the white Jeep was there, like the witnesses testified that it was, and he's going off a witness testimony, how did she not hit the white Jeep that was right there?
Well, that's like the $1 million question.
I mean, it's just so
where
bizarre.
Where the fuck is the white Jeep?
This whole thing is just bizarre to me. I have a difficult time believing at all that she went 24 miles per hour in reverse, period.
Correct.
What is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And
so, can you explain the engine RPMs? He's all,
as I mentioned,
engine RPM.
You have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 1.9, or excuse me, 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is
What
it
did it
possible
do?
to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at 1 time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
No,
can
I'm
do
good.
the next.
But Dr. Welcher, can you build
So-
a cannon? That's what I want.
Similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if
Yeah.
we can.
So now we're going to go back to changing all of our
Since you only
fucking
have 10
names to
seconds
that.
of data, is
Yep.
it possible from
Lions
the
that
Lexus
shit.
clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, And the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Juror? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
What is this elevator music?
It's Sport TV for you. Okay, can you back it up to the last two where he's doing the math on the things?
To calculate.
Where?
You know, like it has the black with the white font. Hold on, I gotta pull this up first.
Right here?
Yeah, I think they zoom in on that, don't they?
Yeah, on the words.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my. Okay, so trigger of, okay, so he has the same slide for 1161 or 1162.1, but let me write this one down first. 1162.2. Okay, so he says the ignition has been on for approximately 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds. So 19 minutes, 2.2 seconds. Okay. 18 minutes and 57 seconds to 19 minutes and 7.5 seconds.
See, why is that
What
19 minutes and 2.2 seconds correct, but the one for the 3-point turn wasn't?
Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out is how 18 minutes and 57.6 to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds. So he's saying that that's the variance of that. So he's somewhere almost in the middle. With the infotainment trigger, 1162.2. 1162.2 is at 12:31:38, which we know, which is when they say she backed up. This was the whole thing. This was the main time, always has been 12:31:38. So 12:12:36 when the car's turned on. Right, 12:36 cars on. Plus the 19.75, which is the end of 1162.2. So that's at 12:31:43. And that's at the high end of his variance, 19.75. So 12:31:43. Okay. Now, the final lock event is at 32:09, where user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. Briefly instead of holding it down. Okay. So they're saying that's at 12:32.
So it looks like this slide has his original opinion, according to my notes, of this happening 12:31:38 to 12:31:43. But in the amended report, which we haven't got to yet, I'm assuming they change it to,
well, I'm curious what they deleted.
To occurring from 12:31:42 to 12:32:16.
And 12:32:16
would be after the final lock event.
12:32:16 is when they're saying what occurred.
That the time of 11:62.2. that the trigger instead of happening from 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, they broadened that and changed it to 12/31/42 to 12/32/16, which is not on this slide right here.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if they deleted the extra stuff. I don't know.
Okay, can you rewind it back to the other screen like that he has like this, but 1162-1?
What's this? This is 2.
1232-16 is the end of the Apple step data. Yeah, they needed to put that in there.
This is 1, I think. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so 12:12:36 car comes on, 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds is the end time of the trigger for 1162. 1. So it would be at 12:20, so 12:23:38. Okay, so, and then his cell phone data is at approximately 12:23:58. John's phone. 12:23:58. 3-point turn-ins. Within 19.2 seconds of O'Keefe's cell phone data. Okay. Okay, now let me look at Trooper Paul's bullshit.
Which is interesting because, oh, well, no, never mind.
So the 19.2 seconds is the variance that they're saying has to go with the drift, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so 1162 key cycle, according to Paul's info, was 10:57 and 4 seconds. So 12:10:57, 1162 starts. And then at 12:19:02, is when it goes into reverse, which was the 3-point turn. The times are completely different.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not. But I know. So they didn't have the infotainment system for first trial because the chick doesn't come and get that till later, right? I don't remember her name, but well, technically,
Yeah.
I guess she doesn't get it, and then Burgess says he gets it, right? Is that
What
how
I
that
don't
went?
understand is what Burgess got, because he said that he like did extra stuff and that there was no additional information. He was wrong. So I'm still confused about where Burgess got this extra information.
Is this 1161 or 1162? Why can't I see? In the evidence photos, the shit is sideways, which is bugging me. I'm sure I have it the right way somewhere. This should be 1161. 1162.1, I mean. See, it still doesn't make sense to me. Let me go with the time difference. $11:45, $11:46, $11:46, $11:47. He claims the chip was there the whole time, but that they just didn't ever remove it. But why is there such a variance then from Trooper Paul's info from the car? So this is an issue that I have. If Trooper Paul didn't have the information from Paul or Gorino, whichever one, doesn't matter. First trial people don't have the information from the infotainment system, so they're using all the times based on the trigger events and John O'Keefe's phone, right? Like, isn't that what they compared? And somebody remind me if I'm wrong.
Wait, say it again.
The people from trial 1 were comparing they didn't have the infotainment chip, right? So they
Right.
were using the trigger events and comparing it to John and Karen's phone.
No, he used the miles. Like I was explaining earlier, like
How many miles were on the car?
yes, and then he went and made like a diagram of how many miles it was from One Meadows to Dighton, how many miles it was from Waterfall to Fairview. You know what I mean?
Okay, so where's he coming up with the time that the trigger event starts?
There was no time.
Well, he gave times.
Trooper Paul?
Yeah, I just told you the times.
Mm,
11:62 is at 12:10:57 and 40 seconds. The accelerator pedal opening angle is a medium or a higher immediately after shifting to reverse.
well, that doesn't make sense at 12:10 because they weren't like I don't even think they left the bar yet.
Well, that's my question. That's why I brought this up, because how does that make sense? Because you're talking about a 2-minute discrepancy where this guy's saying the car's not even turned on. But first trial people are saying she's already in reverse getting ready to drive. So a 3-point turn time is at midnight and 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds. This guy's saying 3-point turn time is at 12:23:38. So they're saying that she sat there for 9 minutes before hitting him.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, she had to be out there so that there were people that saw him or saw her.
He has a lapse time on exhibit number 591.
Yeah, that is the time since the car was turned on.
So after the car's turned on, that's all that is then? So what you're saying is that it would be the 12:36 and then 10 seconds and 50 or 10 minutes and 57.4 milliseconds. It would be going in reverse. It's not 10 minutes later. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It is. It's 10 minutes. It's 10. Let me pull up 591.
Okay. Yeah, pull up 591. So then 11:62, 10. Okay, so 10 minutes after
So keep in mind though that
It's still,
Trooper
it's still the same exact variance. I guess even if we look at it like this, if this is the way that it actually is, it's still the same variance because he's saying, so if the car's turned on at 12:36, right? According to
Trooper Paul didn't have that. Trooper Paul
okay,
didn't
but
have
according to Welchure.
Yes.
So 10 minutes and 57 seconds later,
Yes.
which is different than what Welchure's saying, which is 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds later. Hey, Broken Baker. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. So 12:36 plus 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. That is when the 3-point turn happens. Or alternatively, at 12:36 plus 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds is when the hitting John thing happens.
It can't be because that can't be.
Which would put it at 38, 12:31, 38, which is what they originally said. The 12:31, 38 lines up with Trooper Paul's little thingy 591.
Right.
That was before they started changing it with this. They want because they realized that his phone had been touched and shit.
Right. So it still
After that time.
It still goes back to the 12:31, 38.
Yeah. My math, if the car was turned on at 12:36.
Yes.
Then the event that they're calling 1162-2, which they're claiming is the one that
She hit
killed
him.
John O'Keefe, that would have occurred at 12:31, 38. Does that make sense? That makes more sense to me. Where he has a problem getting me is something as simple as that, what I literally just said, and using the key cycle and the trigger and all that stuff. You've now complicated it to death to come up with this variance specifically for the reason that you wanted to be able to include the 1232 phone unlocking and the steps that were taken on Apple Health.
It's still 12:31, 38, no matter what you look at. So 19.
Not
even within the 19.2 seconds of O'Keefe's cell phone data.
basically how they're getting that 19.2 seconds is they're saying, okay, well, the text stream data says that it happened at do 12:36 plus 10 minutes and 57 seconds.
So this is where I started with. This was my first issue. That's 12:23:33.
The math I just asked you to do?
Yes, 12:33:33.
12:23:33.
12:23:33. Yes.
Okay, so 12:23:33. Then they're looking at John's Waze stuff and they're saying, okay, the text stream says that happened at 12:23:33, but John's phone showing him at the same location that we believe that the 3-point turn happened, is saying it occurred at 12:23:58. So you'd have to minus 33 from 58 and see how different it is.
Well, that's the end point of the 3-point turn, according to them.
His 11 minutes is, but the numbers I'm looking at, the 10:57 and the 19:02, are the beginning.
The what?
The one on Exhibit 591 from last year.
Yeah.
Those are I'm assuming the beginning, because they're different from
Right.
what he's saying
So
over
it
here.
took her 25 seconds. Took her 25 seconds to do a 3-point turn.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, considering he said that the text stream data only records 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. So where are we getting 25 seconds worth of data?
Well, that would be the time difference from the time that she starts the 3-point turn, which creates the trigger. But then he said something about there being 5 seconds, didn't he?
Yeah, 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
So then
I mean, you got to manipulate the fuck out of all these numbers to get, like, it's like I said, if Aperture would have came up here and said the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. We have 2, and then going back to Exhibit 591 from last year, we have 2 trigger events in key cycle 1162. One happens 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds after she turns the car on. So that equals 12:23:33. At that time, she's making a 3-point turn. And the second occurred 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds after the start of the vehicle at 12:36, which equals 12:38, whatever I said, 12:38 or 12:32:38 or whatever. Okay, there you go. Easy math. I get it. Okay, if you could tell me what time the Lexus was turned on.
because of the infotainment system, which is 12:12:36.
Yeah, 12:31:38.
It's still 12:31:38. That's why I said,
Right.
no matter which way you look at it, it's still 12:31:38.
Right, and that was his original. That was their original. Like, even these slides still say that, but they had to change shit in order to make it match with within. So Burgess changed it to make it match with within, so that he could encompass the Apple Health data and the locking of the phone, because a dead person can't do those things.
Right.
And
So now
then
we have all these variances.
and then in turn, Welchure had to then change his to encompass Burgess's changed based off of within's information.
Which is why he has all these things where he's like, okay, so I take this number and then I have to add 19.2 seconds. And then I get this number, which is closer to Whiffin's report. So that's what we're sticking with.
Are we still at lunch?
Court's supposed to be back in like 5 minutes. So that is what Welchure is going to do, is say when he comes for rebuttal.
Okay, maybe they're saving that. Maybe they're saving. Well,
the only thing he's allowed to do on rebuttal is to go over the examination, or not the examination, whatever the new, so ARCA did whatever new reconstruction they did that was due on May 7th. He's only allowed to go over that on rebuttal. That's what she said. Will she stick with it? Probably not, but that's what she said. So Welchure can come back and discuss the new reenactment, or whatever you want to call it, from ARCA. Hey, grilled cheese.
I mean, basically the only reason that ARCA has new ones was to
go over this stuff.
Right. So
but we haven't even gotten to him actually doing any reconstruction.
Yeah, we're still talking about
any reconstruction up to this point.
We're still talking about the timing and not the injuries and the damage to the Lexus, and
So he's absolutely on here the rest of the day with direct. So they just had to fudge all these numbers and then hope that the jury just goes, okay, well, whatever. They did all the math and we're good to go.
Yep.
Because that's not the right answer. It's 12:31:38. He's just adding time to it. So 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds later, which is the end time of trigger 1162-1. Wait, that doesn't even make sense. 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds. Did I do that math? I don't think I did that math. Hold on. That puts it at the 12:23:38.8. Maybe that's why I didn't do the math. It was already done for me. 23:38.8. Oh, 23.8. Which is about 6 seconds different. He's adding on to that. Okay, so that also doesn't make sense. So if he's saying that according to the text stream is from the infotainment system, am I correct on that?
Wait, what?
The text stream, he says 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds later, the end time of the trigger 1162. Oh, no, that's the text. Never mind. This is the end time from the 1162 text stream. So he's getting the end time when we think that Trooper Paul put in the beginning time.
I'm assuming that
10 minutes and 57 seconds.
I'm assuming that Exhibit 591, the elapsed time column, I'm assuming is the start of the event.
Okay, so if it's the start of the event and this guy has the end of the event, you're talking about a 6 second time frame to be able to make the 3-point turn.
Which doesn't make any sense because he said it would automatically record 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. So we should have 10 seconds worth of data no matter what.
Okay, so car starts 12:36. Trooper Paul says 10 minutes and 57 seconds later, the trigger event for 1162-1 goes into effect.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it 12:23. Let me write these down in order so I can. 12:36. That means that the beginning is at 12:23:33.
And then it would go to 43 for 12:23:43. Like the way that Welcher is saying it is it would record 10 seconds of data, 5 before and 5 after.
Okay, but then he says that the end of this, according to the, not even taking into account anything to do with John's phone at this point,
The
just
3
from the
seconds.
text stream data, because that's what Trooper Paul used was the text stream data. So 12:36, car turns on. 10 minutes and 57 seconds later,
Mm-hmm.
the 3-point turn trigger event starts.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you go with the 5-second variance before that, we can go with 10:52, right? So 10:57, that's 12:23:33. He on here per text stream has that event ending at 12:23:38.8, which is
5.8 seconds.
5.8 seconds.
Again, remind us.
5.8 seconds. From the trigger event starting to the trigger event ending, according to only text stream data. 5.8 seconds.
I still don't know why he's using 11 minutes and 2.8 seconds.
5 minutes and 8 seconds. Why don't you pull up how long it takes for that car to back up and get onto that tow truck?
Oh, I have it in my thingy.
Yeah, I know. I figured you had a much easier access than I do.
I'm going to give you the times and you can tell me.
We need 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
So the tow truck driver turns it on at 4:11:46. He reverses out of the driveway, which Bukaki said was about 60 feet, at 4:12:10. Then he pulls forward at 4:12:17, so 7 seconds. Then 3 seconds later at 4:12:20, he goes backwards.
At 4:12:20.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's reverse again. And then forward again at 4:12:23.
And how many seconds is that? 4:12:17 to 4:12:23. How many seconds is it?
Well, 6, but I have more for you.
But it's 6. That's the 3-point turn.
Well, wait, because I did tell you that 4:12:20, he goes in reverse, right?
Right, but that's part of the 3-point turn.
And then he goes forward at 4:12:23. I told you that, right?
4:12:23. Yep.
Then at 4:12:40, he goes in reverse again and backs all the way off the tow truck into the road.
11:62:2.
And then at 4:12:48, he pulls forward all the way onto the tow truck again. And then it was turned off at 4:12:56. That's a lot of forwards and backwards. I wonder.
I'm sorry, but the 4:12:17 forward is the beginning of the 3-point turn, the beginning of this trigger event. 4:12:20 goes in reverse, which is the second. It's point number 2 of a 3-point turn. 4:12:23 going forward again and then stopping is the last of that trigger, and it is 6 fucking seconds, which is exactly what we're missing. Is 5.8 seconds.
The only issue that you run into is going by the elapsed time. So if they're saying that the Lexus was turned on, so here they're saying 12:12:36. For the tow situation, they're saying that it's turned on at 4:11:46. Well, all the events that you and I just talked about all happened within a minute. So the elapsed time.
How do we know what time the car was turned on?
From the same data that says it was turned on at Waterfall at 12:12:36.
Where do you have that? What exhibit's that?
That's from this year, not last year, because we didn't have any of that stuff last year. This is all from Burgess's testimony.
So Burgess says the car turns on. We talked about this when Burgess was testifying. Was how did he know that? How did he know that it didn't start? Did he say it's from the text stream? Because the text stream data would have shown that on the other data from last year. If it's just text stream, because that's what Trooper Paul had.
The information of when the vehicle's turned on and off is coming from the infotainment system.
Okay.
And basically what they're doing is they're saying, we know when it was turned on. Because remember I said, how do they know when it was turned on? Like somebody could turn off. Well, they're basically going off of the screen, the screen, the radio screen or whatever.
Okay, so 4:11:46
is
according to Burgess, who is saying that data comes from the infotainment system.
Correct. God, people are so fucking annoying.
Why? What happened now?
I'm just not even going to respond. Like, people just don't want to fucking, like, whatever.
Is it on Twitter?
Yeah.
Or 1146. Let me see what he has on his stuff.
I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just looking at the exhibits from last year. Yeah, this one is A. $11.62, 19 minutes and 2.2. The only thing that Burgess didn't have to get a guess was when it was turned on at Waterfall or at John O'Keefe's home. We have her pulling into John O'Keefe's and out of John O'Keefe's with Jen to the tow to the Sally port. Hold on, you guys. That's where I'm at, Gabby. That's what I'm trying to figure out now is how do you make it so it is or is not the tow truck? And how do they know that that event is what happened that night? So they're like trying to match up this data that isn't from the infotainment system to the trigger event saying, well, it's approximately the same time. So if the infotainment system says the car's on at 12:36, and then the text stream says about 11 minutes later, there's a trigger event for a 3-point turn, which also coincides with John O'Keefe's cell phone within seconds. We just go with that. So they're tying those three pieces of information together. 12:36 from the infotainment to approximately 11 minutes from the text stream, which tells you the trigger event of the 3-point turn, coinciding with the 3-point turn on John's cell phone. And then there's just time discrepancies between those three systems. So accounting for the variance in that. I don't know how you can prove that 1162, 1 or 2, is from then. Because if the key cycle is every time you turn the key, and then you have a trigger event when the car does something that it believes it needs to record, or however they put it in their terms, 1164 is when Trooper Paul starts. 1163 is driving the car from the tow truck into the Sally port. It would make 1162 from her parents' driveway to the tow truck. 1161 would be from John's house to her parents' house. 1160 would be her driving to Waterfall or her driving from Jen McCabe's to home, because we don't know if she turns the car off at Jen McCabe's, which is why I think 11:58, 11:59 should be the drive to 34 Fairview. I don't know how else it makes sense. Like, I need somebody to tell me how that doesn't make sense. I get that the trigger events don't always record, but the key cycles should. I thought Indiana Girl, I thought they did with Burgess. Maybe I'm misremembering and putting it all together. If they saw these triggers and they picked this 1162 to fit the 3-point turn, and they came up with the times based on what they knew. Yes, that's essentially what I think. They were like, okay, with the 3-point turn on John's phone, which even though they'd have to have it go north, go west, and then go south. Like, they'd have to have that 3-point, which they might have, and I don't remember it from within. It's possible. I just don't remember it.
Do you think it's at all odd that she had the car for 8 months and and the key cycle doesn't even mean turn the car all the way on. It just means even if you turn the accessories on. That she only did that 1,162 times? Does that seem normal for 8 months?
Well,
let's assume that let's just say 30 days in a month.
Mm-hmm.
That's
See, if she does it twice a day, that's only 480.
Right.
So yeah, I would think that's probably about right.
Okay.
Well, Richard, if he turns the car off and then back on, that would be right. But according to him in his testimony, he didn't.
No, there's key cycles here that the elapsed time is like an hour and some change. Like, it's on for a long time.
Yeah, well, that's 1164, and that's all the crazy shit that he does in 1164.
Do you need this? If not, I'm going to go live.
I'm done with it. I wrote down what I needed from it. I was just trying to figure out the math on that because his math didn't make sense to me. Now I know why. Oh. How do we even know that 1162-1 is a 3-point turn? It shows.
Oh.
Are we back? Well, we've got a fan instead of a court TV thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're supposed to be back. They were supposed to be back 15 minutes ago. Yeah, they claim that John's cell phone data makes it the 3-point turn, which is why I said, like, they have his phone go north, east, south, or whatever. I don't know why that can't be a U-turn.
But yet when it goes west towards the house, that one doesn't count.
Is the street she turned around on a cul-de-sac or no? Let me pull up my map because I don't remember, to be honest with you. I think they're just trying to compare too many different pieces of technology to each other, and this is the best they could do to get it to match. So in order for it to match, they're saying there has to be these variances with this phone drift and all of this other stuff because it doesn't actually match. So this is the only way to get it to match what they want it to be.
Absolutely.
And that's not even about moving it from the 1230, the 1230-138 to the 1232-16. That's just in general.
Mm-hmm.
Dr.
you got
Welchure,
there?
when we left off, you had given us,
What?
I was just saying, what do you got there, Dr. Welcher?
I'm ready for his ass to be done.
Yeah, I don't like this guy at all.
Neither.
your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
Slide 35,
I
Sleuthie.
believe that slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was
let's account for the snow. Let's
34
account
feet.
for the angle, because that street is
Then
on
a
a
total of
curve.
53
That is not a
back.
straight line.
Total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward
Yeah.
where it stopped, and then backed up.
This is his reenactment. This is what he did, was plug it into a fucking program that doesn't account for shit.
Yeah.
Where's the snow? Where's the curve in the street? Where's the?
I was
It
gonna say-
better get better than this.
If you 3D made actual scene, why aren't you putting your vehicle there?
I don't know. That's why I said I hope. I mean, obviously we're only on like our slide like 35, so he's got 100 to go. So maybe he's got something better than that. Because if that's it, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't match shit about shit. And he's
Yes.
saying 87 feet
Total.
total.
So in the
Yeah.
in the 10-second window, she pulled forward 34 feet and then went backwards 53 feet for a total of 87.
Up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welchure, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
Does that not take into account like whether you have to stop at a stoplight or slow down to turn or
Well, they should be able to see that. If he can see this data from the front of the house, he should be able to see all of that.
like it's not like it's a straight line the entire way.
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these text stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the text stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to.
What is even happening?
At some
Trying to get him
point,
to talk
when you
about
looked at the data and analyzed
backing
this
into
case,
the
did you
car.
consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Or is he trying to get him
Yes,
to say
I did.
hit somebody?
When you started your analysis, what
Maybe that he hit somebody.
information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as
That
the
she
cause of
said I
that
hit him.
damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So
Okay, but what about the damage to her vehicle though, too? He didn't list that there. In the three things he was looking at, he didn't add the damage to her vehicle.
the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed.
Okay, one of my questions with this is how he knows, or does he know, or did he even check that the software inside this exemplar Lexus is the same software that was in her car 1 to 2 years prior. They constantly send updates to these cars.
Right. There's no way.
So
But they also testified that it's different for all the cars, depending on
So
where
that
it's
would be-
manufactured.
I'm interested in that. Are you even looking at the same thing?
And I'm
Breeds
also
vehicles.
I am interested to know how much they paid, the state of Massachusetts paid to have this car.
Same.
On the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammatic, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic. We're doing photo.
Photogrammetry? Hank. Are you fucking serious? Like, would you not be rehearsing these words? How the fuck did he say it?
Do
Hold on.
you remember last year when Wally was caught on a hot mic talking shit that the defense team wasn't going to be able to say somebody's name? I think it was Ricky's last name. He's like,
Yeah.
he's not going to be able to say that.
Yeah.
And then
I
started
wonder how much Wally's looking at Hank like, you fucking idiot.
Let me hear.
about doing what's referred to as a
Like, how hard is this?
What did he say? Photogrammetric?
That's what I went to go listen to see what the fuck he just said. Hold
photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to
on. So photogrammetric. I don't know which one
Photogrammetric.
Hank's trying to say. Let me hear what he says.
us what a photogrammatic, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic.
Photogrammetry?
Grammatry. Photogrammatry.
Photogrammatic, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic. We're doing
Photogrammetry? That's a harder word to say than the actual fucking word. Hank.
photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data.
It's not big and fancy. Hank is just dumb. It's not a big fancy
He's trying to
word.
make Hank feel better about his life.
Yeah,
He's like, don't worry, it's hard for everybody, Hank.
yeah, yeah.
It's a fancy word that not many people are going to know how to say it because you don't know how to read English.
Oh my God.
Data and
Great
photographs.
question.
And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images that you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it.
Okay, why'd you need to do that though if you went to both the scene and John's house? Like you were taking pictures of the two cars side by side. Like why would you need to do that? You have all the exact measurements. You were there.
To a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate. which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called.
I want you to know that Cuff You became a new member because of my ranting. Also,
Thank you,
I forget.
Cuff.
Cuff You, I can't. I remember that you. I remember you saying that you were new, like days and days. But obviously, we've not been here for 5 days. Was it the day that Teresa was here? Like, was it the last day Teresa was here? I don't think she was. I don't remember. I don't know. She was here that day that I was by myself and we almost called Coast Guard.
That was Thursday.
Maybe Wednesday. I remember. Don't you remember? I remember her saying like that she'd never been here before. Yes, Kat. Not to the velocity, to the other thing about them conceding. She said, so the CW has conceded that there actually was contact this trial. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me, doesn't it, to you, Teresa?
Yeah.
They're just saying same thing that ARCA is going to say, which is that that impact that did happen wasn't significant enough to have caused the damage to Karen's taillight as they saw it once all was said and done.
I don't know how he testified anything different. He's gonna try to reenact this with her car hitting John's car, and whatever it does. But if it cracks it at all, that's gonna. I mean, we're done. That's it.
Well, the cracking, yeah, for sure. But remember, he said that he used 3 prongs, right? 3 prongs for what he was doing, and none of those prongs was the damage to Karen's taillight. So I'm going to have a hard time if he does then try to say that regardless of whether I think it's true or not, right? So I can believe that he found what ARCA found, and that when she backed up out of the driveway, she did hit his car, but it would not have caused the entire taillight to shatter, right? So that's probably not when it shattered, which I don't think was ever what was said. I think it was implied that it was cracked, and that then basically when Proctor and them saw that it was cracked, they broke it further because they figured the crack came from John O'Keefe. But I'm going to have a difficult time if he goes through that whole explanation and then says, well, it wouldn't have matched the damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Sir, you said there were 3 prongs, and none of those 3, unless you had a variance. Maybe there's a variance that somehow includes Karen's taillight damage.
There's got to be a variance, a variable.
I should have I got too ahead of myself.
Variance.
I got ahead of myself. I should have let him explain. I'm sure the variance includes that. I'm sure.
Well, thank you, Cuff.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate you being here.
No, Kat. No. There wasn't.
No, because there wasn't. There was no shards. There's no shards.
I just want to know, like, wouldn't you feel way better about that? Now, this is just me speaking for me, okay? I would feel way better about this if they'd have swapped, like, while they were wasting swabs on red Solo cups of blood that they already expected to be John O'Keefe's that never was tested anyway. Why not use those 2 swabs to randomly swab 2 of the taillight pieces that were found, like, in the yard? Right? And tell me if John O'Keefe's DNA is on the inside of that. It doesn't make a fucking difference to me that the remaining portions of the taillight that's still on the vehicle, the outside of them, had John O'Keefe's DNA on it.
Right. Nothing on the inside and nothing found at the scene.
Correct. Show me on either one of the broken 47 pieces.
All of those pieces of glass and plastic are what cut the crap out of his arm, leaving behind not a single trace of DNA.
Right. Or even like the inside, like if the taillight busted on him, she didn't even swab the inside of the inside of the taillight. It was almost like she didn't even consider for a second at all that why wouldn't she have swabbed those, just even a couple of those 47 pieces? I can't make any sense of that. She did swab parts of the glass, right?
Well, obviously they got three. Yeah, because they have three
Right,
profiles.
Yes.
One John,
So-
one two others.
So they decided to do that, but they didn't swab a single one of the 47 pieces. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, and it's not like he was holding the cocktail. Like, it's not like he was found with it still in his hand. So they were like, oh, we found this broken cocktail glass. Let's test it because either he could have been holding it or someone could have threw it at his head or whatever. So let's test it and see whose DNA is on it, right? But then if then your theory evolved based on what Proctor said in the last trial is like all this evidence that points directly at Karen Reed, and you believe that the taillight busted because of John O'Keefe, scratched up his arm, then I don't understand why you would test the glass and not the taillight pieces. I mean, both really, but if you had to choose one or the other, if you don't think that you would be like, okay, well, we think he got hit by a car. Okay, so why are you testing the random piece of glass that has nothing to do with the car? Why are you testing a cup and not the pieces of the car that you say you found in the road? I don't know. Oh, there's John. Oh, Nunya. Timmy doesn't want to do this again. I have it on good authority.
Now, Big Nunya, had they just tested the freaking feathers.
I have it on good authority that Timmy says they better never fucking call him again. Dude, I was watching somebody's clip of him where this trial where he like pulls at his collar, like he's sweating to death, and he like pulls at his collar and stretches his neck. And I was like, oh my God. Like, wouldn't you be hyper aware of like every move you make? Like knowing you're on TV. I mean, he like changed his appearance in a way. I can't remember how. Like maybe it was the haircut. Something was different about Timmy this year.
Yeah, I think he changed his hair.
But you're doing like the universal sign for like, holy shit, it's like getting hot. Like I'm asking questions. I'm sweating like a whore in church.
Yes.
5.
Yeah. Well, then we had like
We got
Burgess who was sweating like a bitch, and
He
then
was.
even like Christina Handley was up there, and she was so nervous on cross that she was started to sweat.
She had like
Well, Burgess had to buy himself a new shirt.
Timmy was sweating like he had on that really puffy winter jacket full of feathers.
He probably has one, and he's like, this fucking jacket made me look like an idiot. Hi, we ain't got no quit. Hi, Dom.
All right, I'm
Do it.
he's killing me. We're still watching the video.
19 frames a second.
I have to pee.
This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate.
Did he say Pacific? I'm sorry, that is one of my biggest peeves. Hold on.
This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
What slide number, please?
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85.
Good job, Dr. Welchure.
So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89. And then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89. The tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that elects to stop, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So
Well, didn't they have
sure,
the
it knocked the
worker
snow
already
off,
out there
but
by
it
then?
wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then
Didn't
mapped
he already
that
got
data
his repairman
onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only
What'd you say?
Didn't the O'Keefes already have the repairman there for the Traverse?
Well, we knew that the repair person was at his house the next day, but like,
Right.
we don't know if he was there to repair.
It's you just have your car repairman just come by to say, "Damn, sorry about what happened."
Well, if he was a friend, maybe Jen just
Well,
called
what do you
him.
call him your friend then, not your car repairman?
Well, she's a weirdo, dude. She's fucking strange.
But
She
you know
don't
what I'm
have
saying?
friends.
You would say his friend who does car repairs. Like you wouldn't.
The only friend that she ever had was the man in the snow.
Yeah, true.
And she lost him because of Karen Reed.
Yeah,
nuts.
his car has not been in any police custody ever. Her car has been since the 29th.
I literally just want him to do all of this, but with John's body, please.
Oh, we haven't got there yet. He'll get to John's body and has another guy come out and pretend to be John.
Are we sure?
Well, yeah, because I have it up on my screen over here for real time.
Rude.
I'm not listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
I only put it up when we were at lunch because I wanted
contact
to see when
marks
it was
are down
coming back.
Mm-hmm.
at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it.
Oh, yeah?
So the only evidence of
what I
contact
expect.
is nowhere near the upper tail light. I emphasize the word upper tail light because
Hold the fuck on. Is this Karen's car? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying basically that the other scratches could be from her hitting his car? The ones below
Maybe.
the taillight?
Mm-hmm.
as it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the lower tail light also was not broken.
What fucking lower taillight? What is he talking about?
The reverse.
What? This is the whole
blinker?
thing.
Oh, the blinker.
Below this, there's no taillight. So where? There's no taillight below this line. So I don't know what he's talking about. The lower,
Right.
the lower light, like
I
what?
got
Hold on.
no answer. Unless it's the
Sure.
turn signal.
The upper
The what?
The turn signal. Where's that at?
There. It's in there. There's no lights below this line. It goes across. It goes like across the back of the SUV.
All right.
It don't go down.
tail light. I emphasize the word upper tail light because it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the lower tail light,
Could he be talking about the reflector? Like, I don't know if this is it here, but there, like somewhere down here is like a reflector. It looks like.
I don't know.
also was not broken.
Okay. Sit right there.
So again,
Like a reflector.
Is that what he's talking about?
I think so. I guess. It's a reflector. Is that what he's calling the lower tail? What the fuck? The lower tail? Who is that? Why does he look like he's on stilts? Oh, it's a camera. Is that a camera?
It's a tripod.
Does it look like he's on stilts?
It does. He's out there. He's like, I need to be a little bit taller. It's Bridge Guy. That's Richard Allen as Bridge Guy.
Oh my God.
again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half.
Where are you pointing?
That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was.
Oh,
It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it.
Have you
It's
seen the
not
light up?
broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it.
Okay.
So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is.
But what he's also saying is that John didn't hit that either. Joe.
We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
He's like, huh, this isn't really what I was thinking I wanted to show you. Did I delete that slide 2 on accident? Let me just show the jury all these pictures. Then they'll think I'm really smart because I did a good job. He deleted the wrong slide.
I don't know what happened this time.
Objection, Your Honor. This guy's a fucking idiot.
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Oh my God.
Welchure, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars?
Bro, why does he look like he's about to have a stroke? Like
He's like, I can't find the fucking slide.
like did his
Fucking
med
Brennan deleted the slide. Where's the slide that I need? I can't find it. I don't know what and he's like, so this, I'm just gonna pull a lolly real quick and be like, so this photo has some snow. This one doesn't. Yeah. So
like it literally looks like whatever medication he took this morning has now kicked in. He's like, I've been here far too long. I was expecting to not be here anymore. And
I'm
I
done.
literally, I broke down 2 boxes from Amazon while waiting for him to determine if this slide exists or not.
Can't find it. Yeah,
What
he
did-
totally needs to take away. He's like, well, I guess I didn't do a very good job. Never mind. He was all proud of himself earlier.
I think he's just taking up time. Goes with all this, trust me.
Brendan's
bro
going to
test.
try to come in and save him, but it's just going to confuse him more, and it's going to be a fucking disaster.
I don't think Brennan cares. Like, I don't think he reviews any of this stuff with these people. Like, I think he's just like expects them to say what he needs them to say. And like,
They
that's it.
supposedly met like all day Sunday.
I don't think he understands it at all.
No, he does not
Like-
understand it at all. He's like, I'm going to ask you this, and then you do whatever you need to do to give me this answer. Okay? Thanks.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, Cuff, you
See if you
Googled it, and there's
see
no
any-
lower light on that Lexus. It's the reflector, like we were talking about.
That's what I thought.
So this reconstructionist is talking about lower tail lights.
And how did he determine that it wasn't broken? Did he do that by like just visibly looking at it? Or what is this? You're telling me what I already know. Twitter is
How was he expecting to be here last Monday when they keep saying that they're ahead of schedule?
well, and also, well, I think Brennan called people he wasn't going to call.
Mm.
But then also, if he would have came then he wouldn't have had time to add or change or whatever it is that he did this weekend, basically. I hope he's going to shred him. I hope Cross comes up soon, but I think this is going to take the entire rest of the day, especially because we were an hour and a half late. Still took a 45-minute lunch.
Took an hour lunch.
Yeah.
Supposed to be
So-
45 minutes.
I just
All
want
right,
him to
let's-
show us this whole thing, what he's doing right now. I want to see all of that and explain to me how John broke her tail light. That's what I want to see. I don't think it's much to ask. I wouldn't even be fucking wasting my time with this.
There's no way we're going to get to Cross today, according to Dom, because Bev needs a drink. She's going to be like, we're going to end it for the day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Well, it's already 3:00, dude. They're done in an hour.
I'll see you at the bar. Okay, we're paused so we can talk shit, Nunya. Okay. Nunya's getting mad at us for
Anything
talking.
on the snow.
I stopped because I was concerned for his health and wellness because look at him. He's not even on Cross yet. And he's so leaned over in the box now that like I'm scared he's going to fall over.
You can't find the slide.
Oh, someone said this on Twitter and I bookmarked it. And it reminds me of this whole situation with Burgess. So this guy, so Welchure, his testimony was excluded from a different case in, I think, Massachusetts. And when they excluded, it says, for the reasons set forth above. Oh, wait. So first, Welchure's analysis of how the force of this accident affected the plaintiff's anatomy relies on the delta V calculated by Carrie Alvino to determine the force of the collision. For the reasons set forth above, Alvino's calculation of the delta V is unreliable, thereby rendering the whole underpinning of Welchure's analysis unreliable. Second, the relevance of Welchure's opinion is questionable because his analysis is not sufficiently tied to the facts of this accident. So basically it goes on to say that the method that he used for analyzing that accident was by looking at other impacts that happen to other people, like 1,000 of them, and how it affected those people and not the actual person that he was like tasked with figuring this out. But for me, it goes back to even if they found him credible, the jury finds Welchure credible. If they didn't find Burgess credible, which I didn't, and Welchure used Burgess's data to do all of his things, then this has to be wrong. Whatever he's saying has to be wrong because he's not using data that's correct or reliable. Same thing goes with Whiffen because Burgess changed his opinions based on Whiffen. So if Whiffen's is wrong, for example, do you remember when what was her name? Hyde was like there was no more activity after 12:20 on his phone, remember?
Right.
And we were like, that's not what all these people, these names are. Whiffen said,
I think she said like 12:30.
Well, she said 12:20, and they said, do you know that Whiffen has him like unlocking and then locking the phone at 12:32? And she was like, I don't know, and I can't say because I haven't reviewed that data. But they were given the same data. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So like one of them's wrong. It's probably Hyde, in my opinion.
Well, I think that's why I keep going back to Hyde with the initial all these times having to do with Hyde's information, and then Whiffen comes out with different info.
I just need still just come back to you. Can't tell me the Lexus doesn't record collisions. Oh, that's the other thing I'm curious about. So her car registered a trigger just by making a 3-point turn, which is like not unusual. I make a 3-point turn, I think, every time I back into my driveway. Just about. Why would why would her backing out and then hitting his car and then slamming on the brakes not cause a trigger?
Well, I don't know. Why would it not cause a trigger if you actually hit something? Anything, a person, a flagpole, anything. Why is there no trigger events for hitting other vehicles, but there's a trigger event for actually going in reverse?
I almost thought that like when they talked about crashes, like we know that there's no event on the event data recorder or whatever. I could have sworn, of course, this could have been this was years ago, so it could have been older cars or whatever. But I thought my grandpa said something about like it not recording. The only time it records those is if the airbags deploy. Have you ever heard that?
I think that's like old school.
Yeah, like the only way that it knows that you're in an accident is if the airbags deploy, and you'd have to hit it in a certain spot to get the airbags to deploy. So like you just cracking your taillight's not going to make the airbags come out. So, or over a certain speed or whatever. But they seem really selective about which stuff will show up in the text stream data. I think I'm also getting confused when they say text stream data. I think they're very much mixing text stream and the infotainment.
That's why I was confused earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, the text stream is just the key cycle trigger events, and then the infotainment is different.
Well, I think also the pedal amount and the direction and stuff, all that stuff comes from text stream. So really the only thing from infotainment that we're getting is the times the car was turned on and off. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's all that we're getting from the infotainment is the times that it turns on and off. But I would have to go back and listen to Burgess. I really don't want to, at all. But remember he said something about, well, look, the car is on camera and it's moving, so it had to have been turned on before then. So it was turned on at blank, 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 whatever time. And we're like, are you guessing? Because you see the car's turned on, and so you're assuming, that would be important, Teresa, in your whole, backing out of the driveway and going onto the tow truck was really 1162
Yeah.
if he was just guessing of what time it was turned on, because when the car shows up on camera and is backing up, it's obviously on. So it had to have been on before then. Because I still don't understand that whole from 1
Well,
to
that's what
4
I think.
a.m.
I
or
think
whatever.
it had to have been on before then. So if the 11 or if the 41146 is from infotainment, or is it from trigger events?
Which one?
The 41146 at the parents' house.
I thought that it was from infotainment.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to go back and actually figure it out, but
Okay. God bless you.
thank you.
I'll push play. But he looks
At
like he's about
the
to keel over.
back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Let me rewind because I'm sure we forgot
Look,
what he was talking
There
about.
was snow here. Now there's no snow.
Wait,
there.
what the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's where there's snow and then there's no snow. This is when he's looking for his missing slide.
He's looking for his slide.
This one.
He finds one that has snow and one that doesn't have snow. So he tells the jury about it.
Are your slides not in order? Like, how do you lose a slide?
Because
You
he was deleting
accidentally-
shit over the
Slide shows
weekend.
that there was snow here. Now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
He's fucking lost in the sauce. Like, I lost that one slide and now I have no clue where I'm at.
So referring to this slide,
Lolly's so proud of him right now.
this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for
If it
anything
was
in
clear,
particular?
how would you
Of course
see
I
it?
was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
Why does it look like that?
In any of the videos that you have
That's how
that
they
show
cut it
Mr.
to
O'Keefe's
right
vehicle
in that spot.
after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did.
Did
I
you
considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
So how did it contact John?
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
I mean, doesn't that then confirm that the bumper of the, so he's saying that the bumper stopped it from hitting the taillight. So then I can't wait to see how he's going to say that the bumper didn't stop. Like,
How did the
where's
bumper
John's
not hit
injury
John
from the
and make
bumper?
John go flying the other direction?
Right.
Right.
Whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Also, did he make any comment about the windshield wiper, John's rear windshield wiper?
No.
Oh, because like I wonder where that would line up to her taillight.
Around
He's got
5:07
a
a.m.
PhD.
I was going to say he's a PhD.
on January 29, 2022.
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high
I've
degree
never
of
heard
engineering
that.
certainty.
Sounds so crazy.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
What?
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
What?
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a,
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder.
Carry
Most
on,
people call
sir.
this whole thing
Move
arm.
on.
It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow. Elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds.
Sir,
So
unless you're going to stand on a scale and let me see that you weigh 220 pounds, I do not believe you.
I took measurements.
Also, is this him and this him? Are both of these him?
The one in the blue is not him.
Okay. This is him?
Yes.
Okay. Is this measuring him? Is this a measuring stick?
I think so.
Can you see it? What does it say?
No. No
Oh.
idea.
Okay.
So myself,
So more like trust me, bro stuff, right? We're supposed
Yeah,
to
we have
trust
no
it.
idea. We have no idea the arm length of either of these men.
Okay.
For that to
I'm actually wearing
do any
the-
type of accuracy on this arm injury, you need to know how long his arm is and how long your arm is, sir.
Or how much he weighs or how tall he actually is.
Yeah, well, he says he's 6'1.5" inches, and
He
John
can
is
say
6'4".
whatever he wants. Yeah, he
Right.
can say whatever he wants to.
I know, but it's supposed. I think it's up here in this little thing, but we can't see that.
No, I'm saying this right here, you're talking about?
This is like the Delphi guy who used his own blood, Chelsea. Yes.
For sure. Like I believe that the medical examiner like measured and weighed or whatever John O'Keefe. I'm saying, how do we know Welcher is as the height he says he is and the weight he says he is?
Well, you don't.
Okay.
So, bro. It's an
Right.
Ipsy Dixit.
Right.
the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe,
What?
the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe,
What?
the same brand and size shirt.
Where's
of
your
Mr.
gray
O'Keefe.
shirt?
You see the Lexus in the background.
So he left out the hoodie that the taillight had to get through? Is he going to put a fucking gray hoodie on?
Does he have the same? He has the same size feet. They wear the same size shoe. I doubt it. I bet John O'Keefe wore a much bigger shoe. than
If he
this
does not put on a gray sweatshirt, a gray hooded long sleeve shirt,
one. This is so silly.
which the taillight fragments would have to get through to get to his arm in the first place, then this entire simulation or whatever it is that he made is bullshit.
This is so
Yeah, it looks
crazy.
super science-y. Yeah. Engineering-y. Engineering.
Engineering E. To a
He's not
certain degree
not
of
testifying about
ingenuity.
anything scientific-y. He doesn't say anything, he doesn't know anything about anything.
Cryptogrammatically.
Right.
Whatever that word was.
What do you say?
Photogrammetry? I don't even know
No,
what he said
it wasn't
anymore.
even close. That was close, Teresa. It wasn't even close.
Damn it,
It
I'm
was like
trying.
Gravitron or something. I don't know. Look,
Crowned.
You better put a hoodie on. I'm not kidding.
Is that not?
The-
That's not.
Was John
We
wearing
have
glasses?
matched the height to the Lexus. what I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where
Where my
the
elbow
height
is.
of this wing is relative to my right eye.
Fuck up.
So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same
Okay,
shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt,
That
and
shirt
actually the
does not
same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in
We better see this vehicle reverse at 24 miles per hour and hit that arm.
It better be 24 miles, 23.9 miles per hour with a 74%, what did he call it? What
Glass
was it?
in hand.
Glass in
74%
hand. And I
pedal
want
to
to
the
see
metal.
how fucked up his arm is.
Yes.
my right hand here, I have a glass.
He's going to
Here's
use
a
the math
glass.
variables.
It looks similar. It's from the
He's going to go
We
like 2
also-
miles an hour and be like, so 2 times 23.9, and it hit me going at a velocity of blah, blah, blah. And so I multiplied that by the same number I multiplied the other one by. And then I got this information. And then this is the variable. And then this is how John's arm is all fucked up.
No. Nope. I'm going to need to see that arm.
Oh, he
get
has the
hit like
sweatshirt
that.
on.
Yes. It's too small. I need to see that arm get hit at 24 miles per hour with that taillight. Okay. And I need to see how far your body goes. And I need to see the injuries on your arm and how far that glass and or the plastic of the taillight follows you to be able to scratch you. And you should be more than willing to do it because you already know, as long as you put like a mattress or something on the ground, because according to you all, it's not going to break your elbow or nothing. So really, what's the harm? It's not going to break any of your bones. You could use the glass that's made of sugar, right?
And I want, why isn't there enough snow on the ground to track a cat right now?
He's literally in California.
I want to track a cat when this is happening.
I'm sure he'll Photoshop it.
And I want it to be at an angle because you've got to put him at an angle for him to get hit the way that he does. You cannot fucking back up straight into him. That street's not straight.
This is so trippy and weird. Like, why? If you were going to make a slideshow that was 150 fucking slides long, right? Give a picture its own slide. We don't need to cram 7 photos in one slide. This is trippy and weird. So that means the previous one probably was him, right? Or no?
The blue one? I don't know. The blue one didn't look like him, but maybe it was. I don't know.
He even put a hat on. Why is he here with no jacket?
Got to go flying too. I mean, there's got to be some. He's got to propel into the air.
I also want to see him come out of one
feet.
too. And I want to see the pirouette.
Yes, he absolutely has to pirouette and fly into the air a good 10 feet.
Right.
Make it happen,
same
Welchure.
location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate.
But how he's standing here, the bumper would have taken out his knee. You see what I'm saying?
Well, he's got a tiny bruise on his right knee. Remember?
To the height and position of the taillight.
You're now going to say that spoiler or whatever at the top is what hit him in his face. That's what's coming. You know that, right?
Uh-huh. Probably.
Okay.
Dr. Welchure, if you could back up one
Exactly,
slide, I
Nani.
have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean,
What?
it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Air dam would be another.
Spoiler sounds more correct, but I'm not.
Okay, so
What?
I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus.
Oh my
The
God.
first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like. Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm
So now he
would
rolled off the
contact
back
the
of the
rear
car?
tail light. So then what you see
That was a
is
pirouette.
Did you see what he just did?
Mm-hmm. But now he's got to
Okay,
fly.
Paul said his arm was out, not tucked into his body and rolled along the backside. Hold on.
Right. You tell me why John's standing at the back of the car like this. This is fucking interesting.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
this with my arm out.
Watch this.
See
Look,
what the
cup in his hand and everything. So this is how he's saying he got hit? Really?
Wait, so John hit the car?
Well, no, he's saying that the car hit his full body. His full body got hit by the car, and then he like rolled off of the car. Watch how he
But he-
damage pattern.
and that's how he got
But
that.
he walked into the car and placed his arm where he wanted it.
Well, correct. Right. He clearly
That's not
wasn't
gonna
ready to
fucking
fully-
work. You gotta have the
he
car
wasn't ready to
moving.
fully commit. If he
You
would've
gotta
fully
move
committed-
and the car's gotta move.
No, he wasn't. He knows that if he fully commits and he does it, it's going to shatter his elbow. So this is as close as we get. Blue paint.
No,
Real
go fucking
slow,
23
positioning your
miles
arm
per
exactly where
hour.
you need it to
Let
be.
him hit your arm.
He leaned into the car so that only that one spot would hit that spot, and then spun around in order to get this right here.
This is ridiculous.
Looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact.
He's
If I
also
just fall into the car at an angle, like you watch him walk up to it, because he also has to lean over to do it the way he did.
correct.
He just walked into the fucking paint.
He's also suggesting that John would have sat there while she backed up 50 some odd feet. What happened to us?
I moved us so they could see
Oh.
the whole slide.
Backed up.
Hold on. Let me put it.
I can't wait until Leslie gets a hold of him. Oh my gosh.
All right, now watch.
Watch him lean over into the car. Watch
He
him lean
literally
over
leans
into it. Now
into
remember,
the car.
car's coming at you 23.9 miles an hour. Are you leaning into the car or are you fucking leaning away from the car?
Right.
Or if you're
Watch
not paying attention to the car, then
Sideways,
you're just
side
standing still.
shuffled
You're still not leaning into
into the
He just said he side shuffled
Why?
Lexus.
because he had to listen. Have you not figured out by now that all of Hank's witnesses have been given a conclusion and then they are told to go find the way that they can make that fit? He had damage on this part of his arm. Go do an experiment and show me how he could have damage to that part of his arm. Oh, well, I'm just going to side shuffle into the car and lean in so that it only hits that part, not my upper shoulder. And we're going to paint it with grease paint, oil paint, whatever he said. Now watch right here.
I want him to fucking stand there and be hit by a car that's going
Same.
23.9 miles per hour.
Same.
Stop being a bitch, Welcher.
And I want to hear him. I want to see him stand there hearing the engine rev up to 3,500 RPMs or whatever it was and go in reverse 50 some odd feet and not decide to move out of the way.
Fucking just lean over.
All right, here he
Lean over
goes.
and touch it.
Watch if
Watch him
you're
lean.
looking at this straight on, he's going to lean his entire body, like basically from the knees up to the right in order to get it onto that tail light the way that he knows that he wants to get it to. Because keep in mind, if the taillight's going to shatter from hitting John's arm, like he's not even saying it hit the pointy part of his elbow anymore. He's saying it hit him entirely on the flat part of his arm. See right here. And shatter the taillight and cause all those cuts or whatever. But the bumper only caused like a little teeny, tiny, whiny little bruise, but didn't hurt his knee at all. All right, ready?
apparently.
I'm gonna play it.
Do it.
I'm
Do
gonna play
it.
it.
What? So they can watch him lean.
Yeah,
With my arm
Watch
out,
him lean, eh?
here he goes.
see what the
He sidestepped.
damage pattern looks like. Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light.
Sure. Exactly, Indy Cindy. His knee would have gotten the full force. So if anything was hurt, I would expect it to be his knee. You would have an easier time convincing me had it was his knee.
So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight.
Huh?
And so
What?
just kind of me walking
So then there should be yellow paint on the car somewhere then.
How fast were you going, Dr. Welcher? How
slowly
many
sideways
miles per
into
hour
it.
were you going?
The
when you
approximate
ran into the light?
location,
Like 0.3 miles per hour.
Yeah.
He even I think the reason that he side shuffled is because he
He wouldn't have hit it
he
where
had
he
to
needed to.
adjust. Yeah, he knew he had to adjust himself. 100%.
She slowed it
Of
down
the
so we
tail
could
light.
watch him lean.
Yeah, I put it on half.
and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in
Well, no, he's on one now. Oh, she's behind. Okay, sorry.
a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask.
Okay, but the question still is, what happened to the tail light that caused all those things on his arm?
Maybe
That's
this is
what I'm
just the
thinking,
first
Jackie.
one. This is just the initial, and then we're gonna get the car actually fucking slamming into him, and his arm not breaking, since he's the same height, same size, and is wearing the same clothes.
Listen, I'll give it a little bit more time, Teresa.
We're
I
gonna
better
watch
see
him,
the score reverse into his elbow.
we're gonna watch him run into the Lexus a few more times.
Ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
If he says anything but yes, I'm going to be really annoyed because that's 100% what he's doing. He was told to figure out how to cause those injuries. Not well, you'll see everybody, people who haven't seen this yet will see when Arca does testify. They were given a different question than this.
No, so we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get
Question.
hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If
So
your
how
arm
did
is
he
at
get-
90
how did he get the
degrees
wound on the
or
back
80,
of his head?
What?
Where's the wound on the back of his head come from?
That's from landing on the hard as a rock ground. Remember?
What?
Yeah. The front of his head or face hit that wing or spoiler on her car. But when he landed on the frozen hard as a rock ground, that's what caused the one on the back of his head.
I'm going to disagree with that.
That's their theory. That is 100% their theory. That's why they brought in the meteorologist to say that it was hard as a rock. That's why they brought in the neurosurgeon to say that he banged his head on the ground.
The ground wasn't frozen.
Well, then the defense should have someone say it wasn't frozen. Mm-hmm.
5 degrees.
As somebody who's fallen down and hit my head, I'm going to disagree with that. I wasn't hit by a car going 23.9 miles an hour, but I can tell you I was unconscious when I fell.
Where did it go? Oh, how many beer? That's also a good, I mean, that's also a good point. How many beers did he have when he was doing this experiment? Now, I'm not saying he has to get a BAC of 0.2, whatever that John's was. He was shit-faced. But wouldn't that affect how you walk?
Yes. So now John is drunkenly stumbling and leaning into the car, going the opposite direction of the house that he's supposed to be going into.
Well, in the last hold on. Let's just give him
Also, he has to continue to spin around because he lands on his back, right? To get
Wait a
this head
minute.
injury, he has to be supine, which is another reason I still struggle with that 911 call where she says she turned him over. We just turned him over.
Is it still Hank? That's Hank, right? It's so small I can't see.
That's Hank.
Okay. Is that Alessi on the left? Is the
Yes.
day over? Did they end already?
No.
Okay. So what's going on then?
They did do some stuff outside of the presence of the jury.
Oh,
And now they're back in front of the jury. Let me see. I wasn't paying attention to see if we're on cross or not.
Kat, that is like the biggest, like, you mean to tell me that he stood there while she backed up at 30, first of all, at 3,500 RPMs, like, you're hearing it, bro. You're going to hear it revving up. And then she's reversing that entire way. And he just stood there like what? Like she was playing chicken or something? Yeah, the spoiler hit his eye, but then the back of his head was when he fell. Yeah, the roof wing is the front of his eye, the front of his face. Because they need to account for, like, even on cross of the neurosurgeon when he said about the cut above his right eye or whatever, and he was like, the injury to the back of his head could cause the raccoon eyes, but it wouldn't cause the cut in the front of his eye, right? And he said no. So now Hank's explanation for the front of his eye, which the defense would say or suggest was being hit in the face by somebody. Hank's going to say, no, he wasn't hit in the face by somebody. He was hit in the face by the wing.
The wind wing.
Yeah.
The wind wing hit him.
Cat 100%. He's literally he's like partially buried up there.
So it's real time. We are still on direct with Brennan.
Annoying.
They did do some stuff with Welchure outside the presence of the jury, though. I don't know what.
I'm gonna put fish sticks in the oven.
Do it. I love a good fish stick.
Will affect the kinematic.
Not for nothing, but my kid, he's like really particular. He'll eat the fish sticks, but he only wants the Gortons, right? He can't have like the off-brand. He can't have like none of that. It's got to be Gortons or Gordons, whatever the yellow bags are with the man on it. So
I know what you're talking about. Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, and they smell. I mean, by God, they smell good. Sometimes I'll eat one. I have to be in the mood though. Otherwise, I'm like. But they say that those fish sticks are the ones that are like actual fish stick. Like fish sticks can get really, like they can have a lot of nasty things in them, like grounded up fish bones and stuff. So why does fish come in sticks, but chicken comes in nuggets? You can get chicken
strips, chicken sticks,
like chicken fries. They look just like fish sticks. Gordon's. All right.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the text stream data, we don't know exactly when in the text stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision and the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
Well, now you still need to figure out how there's taillight pieces by the
So
fire hydrant.
Slide
and
111,
over in
this is simply showing
the yard.
where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
This is
Here's
still
the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Where are you going, sir? I want to see 23.9 miles per hour. Let's see what happens to your fucking arm.
Yes.
I just totally skipped that. Okay, sidebar. This is fucking bullshit.
Having no idea like how John was positioned, that is a really bizarro way to suggest he was standing.
Yeah, he's just standing in the middle of the street, looking across the street, holding his cocktail glass.
Yep, ignoring the
It's
car.
so
coming
fucking
at him.
weird.
Come on.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the
Couldn't agree
driver
more.
about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion.
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No. No apology
And
necessary.
then my
Could
pirouette
you,
was skipped over
Go
for
back
some
to the
reason.
beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it.
So this is the dynamic test, test 2.
Hi, BR. Oh, no.
So again, this is the view from behind.
For Snickers.
Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
Which speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I-
okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lassie.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now, that was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Didn't hurt his hip at all?
No, didn't hurt his hip at all.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The
That not
middle,
lead in?
Yes,
like back where the doors are.
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm.
Excuse me, what? The puncture marks?
This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Is he falling asleep?
Sustained.
Thank you.
What the fuck is he talking about?
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
He's like hanging
73
out.
inches tall.
He's like hanging out of the box. I'm telling you, it looks like he's going to crash out.
6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about,
Sir, I don't want about. I want you to give me the exact measurement, which is why you like bought a brand new car and took all these measurements. Lord have mercy.
it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure.
I'm sorry, but do we know that his legs are as long as
No.
John O'Keefe?
I don't know about any of the length of his limbs versus torso. No.
Okay.
All of that would matter. Like
Right.
this is absolutely absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Like my daughter is 5'1" and I am 5'6", and our leg length is about the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation
He just called them lacerations, and Welcher called them punctures.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
Where's the hat?
Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was
Nobody wants to tell us where the fuck the hat was.
We
And
cannot.
secondly,
Yeah,
again-
nobody tells us.
Again, these are all guesses because nobody knows.
Here's my
where the
issue.
shit-
How is there glass if it just hits him like how he's saying? How is there plastic from the tail light all the way back
Up
here
in here.
to where John is found?
a
Up in here.
It's not found in his fucking arm.
Yeah.
sneaker that was found near the curb.
Yeah, that's not in the
Where?
yard. Yeah, that's not in the
Wait a
yard. Why is he got
Found
that
near
in
the
the yard?
curb.
So why has he got the sneaker plumb over here?
Yeah, that's not where it is. And the hydrant isn't way back there either.
The hydrant isn't in the fucking tree, sir. Hydrant's like plumb out here.
Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy and his lies.
Fuck this guy and his lies.
Yeah, fuck this guy,
And
dude.
his
I'm so over
glasses.
this fucking guy and his bullshit, dude. He's such a lying sack.
Yep. By the way, court is over. I don't believe.
Well, they're back in. They're talking. The jury's been sent home though.
Ew.
So, but they're still in court.
There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow.
Evidence. This is what he labeled his fucking slide. Evidence. Reed Lexus hit John O'Keefe.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
But you're not biased. You came in objectively, sir.
You're not a fucking objective nothing. Lying
No,
sack.
on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident,
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
Also, I expect him to tell us how that caused this to shatter in a billion pieces. Like, we're talking about all the shattered pieces. Tell us how it's scientifically possible that whatever you're saying happened, but also not saying happened, shattered this into 47 pieces.
the date.
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:50, 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So
Explain to me how these are time stamped, but the ones in evidence are not time stamped. Who put these timestamps here? And I thought the first piece was found at 4:45. Where's the timestamp of the first one being found at 4:45?
what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
I don't think they found anything at 4:45. I
Yes,
think that
ma'am,
first guy
127.
got there at 4:45.
Can
No,
you show us the time and date, please?
Let me look. Pretty sure that's on the first one.
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
he put this shit on there. Those timestamps are from him on his presentation.
So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right.
The first piece of evidence, which was taillight, was found at 5:45.
Yeah, 5:45.
Yes.
Right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again,
Where?
acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see,
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
so that's where it's buried in the snow.
But where?
These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of
I
it. So we
understand.
don't need to come to side part, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
Why would there be a date on some and not others? Look at all this shit.
Still doesn't know where the hat was found.
I don't see one.
Okay.
This could have been in fucking One Meadows for all we know.
File folder. Maynard. Scene photo. Blood found. Blood. It's never been confirmed to be blood.
Nope.
Found an O'Keefe's hat at scene at near John O'Keefe's point of rest. Says who? You could tell that just by looking at this picture?
Yeah. Fucking
How do you
lying.
know where his point of rest was?
So tired of this guy, I'm telling you. He just makes shit up.
Oh, I gotta go to the bus stop.
Oh yeah, you do.
I'm
Go.
not gonna do. Okay.
Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike. I'm going to strike. Strike,
Removed from the screen.
yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it out of the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree. Do not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead,
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar. Please.
Yeah, they're starting an hour later tomorrow. Now we're back at sidebar. I don't think we're too far behind, though. I think this might be when she kicks the jury out. Not for the day, though. Okay, hold on. I'll switch it.
The interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar. Please. So if you could do that. You need a break. That accurate, counsel?
Slide.
Starts. Brennan and Miss.
Come on. Yes, they did. Him trying to opine on cause of injury. And he's not qualified.
Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute, okay?
Yes.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute.
Dr. Welchure, on the headings evidence, we like to see John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Follow the next couple of slides.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be removed.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says.
I think they're going over.
Thank you. Anything else?
The lawyer you know on Twitter said this testimony is so inexact, it's painful. They're talking about what slides they're not allowed to show.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
It's starting out 123. I have.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
Why is that blank slide?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay.
Is that what you
So
So
what you did?
124.
Triple M, you do not have that. For 123.
Thank you.
He deleted a slide, so I'm wondering if that's it, so they could keep the page numbers for everything else the same.
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel? Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely. Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
Yeah, she could take a break right there. Nobody's talking.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan on 1 point.
Not on the record, Chris.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welchure about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Confirming something with
Yes,
the
sir.
doc about the page numbers.
137.
No. We struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct.
Oh, they're talking about what Sleuthie brought up.
Video, there may be more, that's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
The headings about how Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. Hey, True Crime Addicted.
So are we starting on
Good
slide
go.
132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
There's something, those headers that Sleuthie brought up earlier, there's something on these that that Alessi's objecting to, saying, no, you can't put that in front of the jury. Yeah, the heading should say, proof I'm full of shit. Should say Ipsy Dixit. Because I said so. So I don't know what they're going to do to fix that. I don't know what I don't know what the heading on this one was per se, but I know what they're referencing. All right, get your shit together. Let's go.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
Yeah, Bev's fucking scared.
Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of it. I mean, I brought my own,
Battery,
fortunately, but
can you fix this?
actually, I can't find my.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
All right, let's go.
Equally bad.
Equally bad.
These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that too.
She's like, too fucking bad. Figure it out. I need a drink. I don't have all fucking day for this. What a shit show. Now he's gonna be pointing with a pointer. What a waste of fucking time. I think he just had to take off the heading.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
I don't know what the
Me?
header was on this particular slide, but I'm sure it was something along those lines. She's got fish sticks and chicken fries waiting for her.
132 or 133?
133, please. The next one
Speak up.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well.
I'm back.
Keep going.
Okie dokie.
There we go.
I guess I could put us back up here now.
If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study?
Having no fractures to your entire body is apparently consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle going 23.9 miles per hour in reverse.
Study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD.
But Brennan's never going
It's
to be able
just
to
a
say that
fancy
word.
name for a crash test dummy.
Brennan's like, I'm so confused. Can you give me the dumb words that I can use? Oh, crash test dummy. I could totally say that one.
And dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see
Timu bitch.
noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
No. Objection.
Mr. Lessie?
If you would like a sidebar, or I can
Are you objecting?
I am.
Yeah, I'm objecting too.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy testing I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are.
How's it going to show me?
So here's the
okay?
testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself.
Dude, he's the fucking crash test dummy. You fucking moron.
Me giving me similar instructions, telling him what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
Let me see. Where did it bust open?
If you compare that to,
He needs to be flying. He needs to fly through the air after the pirouette to land, because he only does a half a pirouette at the speed that he runs into the car at. He does a little half pirouette. Nope, John's got to go completely around so he can land on his back and hit his head. Not just drop him. He's not just standing there and falls. He's 7 feet off the fucking street. He's not right where he hits and then falls down. This is so dumb.
data in the sign.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Experimental skull fracture, occipital.
So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welchure, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze. The location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature. My testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface. Published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And
What about the broken taillight though?
Well, no, because when he ran into the car, the taillight didn't break. It
Okay,
just-
but what about
just
what
put
about-
blue paint.
okay, but what about it breaking on his body though?
It can't break on his body because there's no taillight found on his body. So maybe
So how
John
does he
had-
reckon that it got broke?
fucking no. It's a question I've been asking. How does it get broken over by the fire hydrant? Continues to break over the amount of time it takes her to get from the fire hydrant to the flagpole with John, who's somehow flying in the air and landing over 7 to 10 feet off the roadway. Like I can't even wrap my mind around that because he decided to lean in and make blue paint fit where it needed to. And we're all just supposed to go, yeah, that totally makes sense now. I can't wait to see the people who actually believe this. Like I'm gonna need them to break it down for me how this even fucking makes sense.
Okay, but he did the blue paint to show us how his arm would get those injuries, but they don't happen unless the light explodes.
Correct.
So
it has
you
to
need
shatter. His arm has to be in there getting cut up. It can't even like hit it and break it. It can't bump it and break it. It has to be in it and getting scratched up like over time. Like it has to break and be hitting his arm throughout the time from the fire hydrant to the flagpole.
So you need to explain to me when you do the blue paint how the force of it would explode the taillight. Because if the taillight doesn't get damaged and it doesn't explode, then you have no proof that it caused the injuries on his arm. So you need to show me that scenario is capable of breaking the taillight and therefore causing the injuries.
At all. Or putting the pieces of taillight where they were, or putting John where he was found, in the position he was found in. None of it does. All it did was put blue paint on this fucking guy's arm.
I hope it was a bitch to wash off. I just don't understand. I thought that literally what I just said is what I've been waiting for him to testify to. I've been waiting the entire day today.
And so, Nunya, I was just going to say this too. If he hits it with that force, the taillight should be the broken pieces of taillight should be inside. It's like when somebody breaks into your house,
right?
Your window breaks inside, not outside. So there should be broken taillight pieces at the Sally Port.
And I don't think she ever said, like when she was putting the taillight back together, did she ever say that like the way that they were broken suggested that they were broken inwards? Because like the edge of it would be on a slant, right? However it broke. So like if it broke one way, the slant would be this way. If it broke the other way, the slant would be this way. And then when you piece them together, you would notice the slant that they're on. Did she ever say that?
No, not that I remember.
Because I would imagine, like, let's say it was damaged, right? And then Proctor like stuck his finger in there and pulled out pieces of the taillight, like busted it by pulling it outward.
Yeah,
that would look different.
He puts his fingers in there and just starts yanking pieces off of it.
Right.
Pulling it that way. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like we should be able to tell based on the like angle that the edges of the plastic would be. Because they're not going to be just straight across. You know what I mean?
I don't think we were told anything like that. Somebody in chat might remember, but I don't remember that.
Well, and this guy can't tell us that John's arm, he showed us the approximate position he would have to be in, but he didn't show us that he was capable of then breaking the taillight. which is literally the entire fucking point. Right?
Yes.
And then said, after his whole blue paint experiment, that he wasn't at all saying that that's what happened.
No, he can't say that's what happened because there's too many variables.
Yet he has slides entitled Evidence that Karen Reed hit John with her car.
Correct.
Okay.
That's why I can't. I'm done with this dude. He's just a piece of shit.
For sure. I'm ready for cross, but then like I'm ready for the prosecution to be done because this is just.
And not breaking his arm. Correct.
Yeah, but yet he's talking about the air temperature and the ground and
he just takes
skull
he takes a crash test dummy and just tosses it on the ground without any force or impact or anything that would send this crash test dummy flying in a particular direction after being hit at 23.9 miles per hour. If this is what this guy has, he's a fucking joke. Welcome, Broken Baker peeps.
Yeah, I think this is it.
This company is a joke. I cannot wait to watch them just go bankrupt after this trial. Because you guys are a bunch of idiots. And nobody should take you fucking seriously. Go paint your face blue and go somewhere else.
The last I checked,
sorry,
when I typed in Burgess's, when I went to his page on their website, the last I checked, and this was like days ago, the link to both his CV and his LinkedIn was no longer linked.
Yeah,
like
it's all gone.
Not like you click on it and then it takes you to like a 404 page or whatever. Like they don't exist at all.
Yeah, they just removed it altogether. Like, we're not shady. If you thought you didn't do anything wrong by putting that shit on there and you think everything was copacetic, why the fuck would you take it down?
And did I understand correctly? And I think I did. This guy owned his business and he sold it to Aperture. And now he works for Aperture.
I thought Aperture was his, but I could have been wrong. I was driving and at the time he was going through all of that, so I wasn't overly listening. I know he had a business that he had with two people, and it got bigger or whatnot. Somebody in chat might remember what he said for that part. I don't. Cool Whip says I heard he sold it. Yeah. It sounds like Aperture purchased his original company. Okay, so people picked it up the way that you did too.
And he's the executive vice president. Bro, this does not look like him. That don't look like him.
It didn't work. It didn't work, Brandon. It didn't work at all. Oh yeah, that's him.
That don't look like him.
Probably not him. It's probably like airbrushed or created off of AI. And they're like, look at, he's so handsome. And then you get to see him in person and you're like, oh, fuck, what happened? Shit. Probably should paint his face blue.
I can't believe they're starting an hour late tomorrow. We're just going to start at like 10, right? Still?
I'm gonna start. Yeah. You want to start at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
No.
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
You object?
Sure. Yes, I do have a fucking objection.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay, doke.
Okay, Dr. Welchure, let me ask
Did you say
again.
okey doke?
Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree?
Biomechanical?
With certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus.
I did a really good job.
I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Why?
It's not
What?
considered.
You did
You
what?
This is what
Why?
I'm saying, bro. He used way too many things that were entirely unnecessary. So essentially, he would have watched her interviews, decided if he liked her or not, right? So he's like, if I have a bad taste in my mouth and I don't really like her, well, then I think she's guilty. And the whole other people's testimony and witness statements. What the hell is that?
This is crazy. He's like, I watched her interviews in order for me to do my biomedical. Was he biomedical or biomechanical?
Biomechanic. He's a biomechanic.
He's a biomedic.
No.
But then what's he talking about is taking anatomy classes for?
Well, just like Dr. Renchler, like they need to know how forces hurt a person. That's why I'm saying it's absolutely absurd to me that this man has not told us that he could have broken the taillight with his arm. Like, that's literally why he's here.
He said biomechanical engineering is a subset of biomedical. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Also, I can't believe he just said that. I want to know.
What, you have no business watching any of her stuff to come up with any type of engineering degree of certainty. That is the biggest crock of shit.
I want to hear how he used Jennifer McCabe's Celebrate extraction to figure out what happened here. That's what I want to hear.
I cannot wait for Cross. I cannot wait for Cross. He did a method actor. He became her. He was like, I was the one with Karen Reed, and then I could visualize this car going in reverse and turning John blue.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Doesn't get any yellow or gold paint. Aw. He's like, I'm totally looking forward to yellow and gold. I wanted to try that out.
Share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.
Why? Like,
Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about.
What?
That is consistent with that happening, and with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
now he's saying scientific certainty and not engineering certainty?
Dude.
What is happening?
He can't make up his mind. Well, she calls a sidebar, though, with what he just said.
Yeah, because he said with the DNA and all. Again, like this is what happened. The same talking points that all the trolls go around and say, right? Most of them aren't even true. His DNA was on the taillight. His hair was on the car. He had pieces of her taillight embedded in his shirt. Whatever else, all the things. It's like Hank went to this man and said all of those things and was like, well, as you could tell by the totality of all the evidence, she clearly hit him with her car. So I'm going to need you to show me a way to show the jury that it's possible he was hit by the car. But yet he missed one of the biggest things, which is show us how he broke the taillight. Because if her taillight's not broken, there was no collision. Right?
Right.
You literally sat here all friggin' day and didn't tell us how his body broke that taillight.
Nope, just blue arms.
The mendacity.
The mendacity of the Ipsy Dixits.
Angel, he didn't tell us. I thought he was going to tell us when he was doing the paint experiment, but he did not.
Dr. Welchure, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal any longer. Okay, so.
Okay, Bev, then why did you waste your time this morning, bro? We could have been here.
Anyone don't do any independent investigation.
Wait, because she's
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow.
okay. So she didn't tell them that we're starting an hour late tomorrow. Why are we starting an hour late?
Maybe she says it here because now we're outside the jury.
Right there is fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar. That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty,
Yeah, obviously that's a problem.
collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial.
100%.
Strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welchure. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again.
Yeah, because it's that issue.
When his expert takes to stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's
But
case.
that's how you're saying she killed him.
Yeah. Also, it's the last charge isn't charge 3, causing the death and leaving the scene. I don't remember exactly how it's worded. I'll have to look it up.
The prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the text stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the text stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welchure, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case, well, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of—
Is that a new one or is that a—
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rensselaer talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said in sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent.
Consistent with or not consistent with. That's true.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back
Seriously?
to what exactly came in to evidence today. All right.
You are a mess, ma'am.
All right.
So we're starting an hour late because she doesn't want to go late today and do her work. She wants to do it tomorrow in the morning and waste the jury's time instead of doing it now when the jury's already gone.
Correct.
Okay. I'll tell you what, the
I
biggest thing
think
that
so too. And sorry, go ahead.
the biggest thing that would piss me off is Beverly in all of this.
Because she's a fucking mess.
The amount of time that she has wasted. I mean, I've never seen anything like it ever.
She's like, I need to see what was admitted today to make this decision.
You've been writing stuff down. You've been here all day. You should have, you literally make them
I do
tell you
not
every
know.
single page they're looking at and everything else. You should know exactly what's been admitted today. And that's true. The first trial, ARCA basically would say the injury, blah, 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 is consistent with or not consistent with
Yep.
Whereas this guy just said, I can't really tell you exactly how,
But I can tell you that it
totality
did.
of the evidence says that he was hit by her car.
Yep.
I can't tell you how or really when.
Or how he was, or where he was, or any of those things. But I can tell you that he was hit by her car. Why is Hank even fighting that terminology? Like, fine, I'll just ask him that. The answer is going to be yes, and Arca's answer is going to be no.
Also,
why even argue it?
The entire day.
He wants the jury to hear somebody say Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with that car.
Literally the entire day, Hank said, I don't know, I lost track of how many times that he said degree of engineering certainty or whatever.
Right. I had to Google it, and it does say that people use it in court when testifying.
And he had the audacity there at the end to say, not only did he bring up DNA, which is irrelevant. Like I said, it's not like it was tested to see if it was on the pieces of the taillight that exploded. But then after all day about engineering certainty, this fool decided to say scientific certainty.
I know.
So now you're saying what you did was scientific?
Watching Karen Reed's interviews is extremely scientific. Going by what the expert says, John's head hit the top spoiler, his arm hit and exploded the tail light. It scratched up his arm, tore his jeans, and punctured his hoodie.
Well, he didn't necessarily say that it hitting his arm exploded the taillight. He's not given any explanation for how the taillight became exploded. He tried to give an explanation for why those cuts were on John's arm, but he didn't say that he got hit with enough force to be able to shatter the taillight. You see, like, I mean, his direct is not done, but like,
well, he can mention it because he took a human anatomy class with a bunch of doctors.
I mean, so did I.
You can testify then. You can be the expert.
Add it to my list of expert qualifications,
True.
please.
Yep. Put that on your CV. We're publishing it to the criminality website.
I have to update my LinkedIn.
Yes, you do. You could also have, you could have a PhD in all of this shit.
No, he did not smash the taillight on the exemplar Lexus. No, he did not.
No, never smashed the tail. I just painted it blue. Okay, so she's starting late, and then they're going over stuff. Do you want to start at 7?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 your time, 7 my time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to. So Ems is in chat, and I have to say that I'm mad at Ems right now because she's got me so far down this fucking Holly Bobo rabbit hole that I've now listened to multiple podcasts on the case, and it's like it's probably a problem because I'm like, I should be looking at the cases I'm actually covering right now, and I can't let go of Holly Bobo. I think the guy's fucking innocent.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
She asked us last week to look into Holly Bobo.
Okay.
The guy who was convicted of killing her is having a post-conviction relief hearing.
Oh, is there anything on Mullis yet?
No, there's no update.
Way too long.
She has an indefinite amount of time, even though she said she was going to do it quickly. Yes.
I mean, how long has it been? It's been months, hasn't it?
I think it was beginning of April it ended. Maybe March? February? Shit, I don't know. It all kind of goes together. But this Holly Bobo case, I'm like, Ems, what have you done to me? Like, why am I now? I'm living this other case that I think the guy is innocent, and I think that the cops, I don't know if they didn't plant anything, but they just completely railroaded this guy with false confessions. Yeah, I mean, it's absurd. I think that judge died for real. Oh, Todd Mullis's. We were supposed to get April 8th was when all the final stuff was due to the judge from the attorneys on both sides of Todd Mullis. Around April 15th, April 18th, his attorneys requested to be able to add supplementals to their final draft, and I don't know whether she even allowed it or not. So, but if you guys haven't looked at the Holly Bobo case and you have time and you're looking for something to do, it's a rabbit hole upon a rabbit hole. I have a couple suggestions on where you can learn about it. I don't know how long this post-conviction relief hearing is supposed to be, but it's something that if we get done with Karen Reed in a decent amount of time, I'd like to at least do a live on it, just because now I'm so obsessed with it. While we wait for post-conviction. So he had trial back in 2015. It happened in 2011. I think it went to trial 2015. And somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on that. So he's been in prison for a while. They claimed it was 4 guys. One guy ended up unaliving himself. The other guy was not mentally all there, and they got him to confess. Which they were not able to back up anything in his confession. So they basically threw out that confession. 2017. I knew it was years later. I think he was arrested 2015. Ems, is that right? And then that was the brother. And then the other guy, they essentially said, hey, we'll let you off scot-free if you admit to being a part of it, and blaming this other guy, Zach Adams. And so he went and took the stand and said that Zach Adams did it, when their alibis don't even have them in the same place. They're not even together that morning. It's like crazy shit. Like how there's no evidence. There's no DNA evidence. There's no nothing. There's nothing. So yeah, I'd like to do a stream on it at some point. I just have to be, I don't have enough time in my life right this second to try to do it. Update on Delphi stuff. So Tammy got our thumb drive over the weekend, and then she sent it to me. There was the 2 drone videos, which I posted to the channel. Thank you to Tammy for doing that. And there was a CV of one of the experts that we didn't have. And there was 1 photo from Rayleigh Voorhees' interview that we didn't have. So not a ton of new stuff, just a couple odds and ends. There is another request. So I went through and all Eyes' documents, my documents, what Tammy got, and created, ticked off my list of all the missing stuff that we still don't have that shouldn't be sealed and we should be allowed to have. So Tammy is sending a new request in for those things specifically. What else is there? What other updates do we have? Sleuthie Goosie. We really need to watch a trial of a guilty person. I've lost faith in our system. Well, we did. We watched Megan Boswell and Zach Hughes. So those 2 are absolutely guilty. I don't know, I feel like there's another case that I need to update you guys on, but I don't remember what it is right now. So yeah, Lori Vallow is a good guilty person. She's so guilty that I'm actually like over watching her, even though I did end up watching her. Casey Anthony walked. Juries are unpredictable. 1,000,000%. Sergio did a good breakdown of Ron Logan's interview. Sleuthie was trying to get a hold of Sergio, and I don't know if that's ever come to fruition.
I haven't yet, and also I still need to watch that.
I started it and haven't finished it.
Me too. I'm still trying to get these exhibits for Karen Reed trial. I did hear back from Jim this morning. Let me pull it up. He said they're still gathering it. He said,
okay,
they're still being compiled. Both of us doing the exhibits were out Thursday and Friday for various reasons. So they hadn't been sending them to me. So Now they need to
Good.
go back to the beginning of the trial, and you know what I mean.
What is your opinion on Scott Peterson?
Mine?
Yep.
I don't think I have one.
What is your opinion on the Menendez brothers?
I don't know a whole lot. But what I do know, especially with regard to like how their mother was killed specifically, I mean, they sound like murderers to me.
Okay, well, so I think we could all agree that they killed the parents. They admitted to it. Do you think that they should be released on parole, or do you think they should spend the rest of their life behind bars?
I mean, I think that they like viciously murdered. I mean, at the very least, their mother.
Okay.
From what I understand. And I think they should definitely be in jail, in prison.
But I mean, mom knew what was happening to them and didn't save them.
I mean, there's people that get abused every single day, and like they don't kill people.
So that's what I'm saying. So I think they've been in prison for many, many years. Should they be allowed to have parole, or should it be? Because now they're eligible for parole, but should a parole board actually let them go?
No, I don't think so. Not based on what I know. I mean, if I really, and I don't watch like any of the I didn't watch like the full trial, but like I also didn't watch like any of the documentaries about it all, and like you know how I feel about those for all cases, really.
True.
But
well, this was a question from Cuff You, so I wanted to see what your opinions on both were, and then I'll give my opinions on both too.
Yeah, Scott Peterson, like I really can't. I know even less than what I know about the Menendez stuff, and I just wouldn't feel comfortable. What?
Oh, I'm a huge Scott Peterson case follower.
I mean, I did not follow it, but the last thing that I heard was that the Innocence Project was coming on board, and they said something about like DNA that had been like, I really don't know enough for an opinion either way. But the Menendez boys, like, I'm sorry, I think that they are likely still dangerous, especially if the theory is that they did it because they were being abused, right?
Yep.
And not in the moment, not at the moment that they killed them. You know what I'm saying? I just think that like normal functioning people in society know that you can't kill people.
But I mean, how normal are you after years of being abused like that?
You didn't do it when you were protecting yourself.
Well,
you know what I mean?
The younger brother was still at home and was still under the father's control.
So again, I think that there's a difference between like walking in and God forbid, like somebody's like, let's say your brother's being abused.
Right.
And then killing them.
Right.
I think that's one thing.
Well, that's like what is it? Heat of the passion, or what is it?
Well, in some states, it could also be considered like self-defense too, because you're like even though you're not defending yourself, you're defending somebody else's life, like right then and there.
Well, but you're protecting them from further harm. I mean, that was like the whole Zach Hughes defense, was that he killed the mom so that the daughter wouldn't continue to be abused.
And that wasn't that wasn't enough. You know what I mean?
Well, because they couldn't prove that he would know that she was being abused.
Right. I mean, we didn't even like technically it hadn't even.
That's true, though. So I think the system should be obligated to release people who've been rehabilitated, parole supervised, or something.
So how do you measure?
Well, that's what our system is supposed to be. It's supposed to be, restitution, rehabilitation. So I don't know. So okay.
How long ago did they get in trouble?
They've been in prison for like 30 years.
No, I know, but how long? No, I meant like in prison trouble. Like
None.
how long?
They don't get in any trouble.
I thought I may have heard, and this has nothing to do with my opinion on it, but I thought I heard talk radio somewhere talking about this, saying something about a fight or something they got. I don't know. But my point is, I know they're supposed to be determining those things, but how does one determine whether someone's been rehabilitated? And let's break down even further. Specifically, someone that murdered someone, right? How
Right.
do they determine that someone who murdered someone or several someones in cold blood, how do they then, let's say 30 years down the road, determine that they've been rehabilitated? You know, because a killer could, if you're basing it
Well,
off of some kind of question and answer.
I think the fact that the people that they killed were abusing them, and now they're dead. They have nobody. There is nobody that to hurt them. Like there's nobody that they need to go and hurt. The people that were hurting them are gone.
Okay, so what if they then what if it turns into a situation like Zachary Hughes, where someone, knowing their history, comes to them and says, huh?
Like vigilante justice?
Correct. By them, meaning, you know, I know their history, and so I go to them and I say, I know so-and-so is being abused. Is he going to go start killing people? Are they going to go, are they going to go kill somebody else to protect that person? Whoever I'm.
But I think it was for themselves. I guess, I mean,
they weren't being abused anymore.
Are people being abused in prison that they know about? Are they going to try to kill those people? I think that'd probably answer the question.
I mean, they should. I mean, in theory, well, I mean, you know, people are being abused in prison. Let's be for real.
Right. And I don't see them out there going after the abusers. You know what I mean? I think somebody said there was a rumor that one got in trouble for his cell phone. I do kind of remember that. It was nothing like big.
It could have been a cell phone. It was like something recent, like within the year or something, and they were basically just talking about
so like your ex is abusive, and now you know that he's abusing his current wife. What do you do?
I mean, I might call the cops. I'm not going to go kill him. That's just the truth.
Okay, so your husband is a cop and he can get away with it because all the cops cover for him, or your ex-husband.
Well, I mean, that's really hard, but
cops never helped you when you were being abused.
It just wouldn't go into my head that I should then kill him, because like in no world do I think me going and then killing him would mean I don't have to go to prison. Like I don't want to go to prison. But could I, if I walked in and something was happening to my kid, could I kill somebody? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's a good one.
I mean, 100%.
What if you didn't walk in and it was happening, but he came home and told you that it happened? Would you be able to go over there and kill him then?
Well, that would be a little bit different than their situation. I guess it would really just depend. Ems can hear him singing. I'm like trying to not hear him because otherwise I'm like singing this. Like I'm going to start saying the words to you. I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to not hear him. It's like I'm trying to think of a different scenario because I personally think that's different because you're talking about my son.
Right. Oh yeah, I agree. So kindness cake, I'm with you. I think that they've had impeccable prison records. I think that I don't think they're a threat to society. I think they should be eligible for parole 100%. And I hope that they are released and able to live the rest of their lives or whatever they can. I don't think it's going to be easy for them though, because they've spent the majority, over half of their lives in prison. That is their life. That is what they know. And
okay, so
Angie Baby, because Sleuthie, what Angie Baby said, because I did not hear this about Adam Montgomery and a dog brush.
No, I don't. think. But before I forget, I might have already forgotten.
Oh, sorry.
What did you say right before that?
That I think
Oh,
that they
that's spending
I think
most
they
of their
should be-
life.
Yeah, but spending most of their life in prison.
Yes, that a majority of their life and like even in their developing years, right? So like
Yep.
where their brains are still developing, they're living in prison. So how will that mentality, how you've been living, how will that fare out in the world, which is entirely different from prison?
Correct.
How
I think at this point for them, I would be more concerned about that than I would be concerned
Right.
about them going and killing anybody. So, Scott Peterson. So I think that number one, Scott Peterson deserves a new trial, whether you think he's innocent or guilty, because there's so much evidence that was kept out of trial and should have been put in front of a jury. There was stuff that needed to be tested that wasn't tested. Now, do I think that Scott Peterson is innocent? I think there's a good chance, but I would like to actually have a trial where all the evidence is presented, which is really a struggle in America to actually have a jury that you can tell everything to and get an opinion that way. But I think that too much stuff was covered up, and I think there's a good chance that he's innocent. I think he was a piece of shit husband. But like I said, either way, whether you think he's innocent or guilty, I think that was part of our poor justice system that allowed not all the evidence to be put in front of that jury, and they should have the opportunity to make a decision based on that.
I have a question. The Menendez brothers saying that they killed their parents.
Yep.
They did that at trial, right?
Yes. Well, they had two trials.
Right, but like what I'm saying is they're not now saying they did it. Like they said way back then that they did do it.
They still say they did it.
Well, I know. But what I'm saying is it's not like
no, not new. They've always said they did
do it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've always said they did it. So the first trial is when it comes out about the sexual abuse and causes the hung juries. So then the second trial comes around, and then the judge is like, no, you can't even bring the sexual abuse up, and they eliminate it out. So now the jury can't even hear about the sexual abuse. So there was like a whole back and forth for many, many years on whether they were actually sexually abused or not. And this, the one brother wrote to his cousin, like physically, like on paper, had written a letter to the cousin. Well, nobody could find this damn letter. And then all of a sudden, now, years and years later, the aunt comes across the letter, supposedly. So that's one. The other big thing that pops up over after the convictions are there is that one of the band members of, what is it, Menudo? Is that how you say it? I think that's right.
I do remember this
come forward and
accusation by the band member.
He was also sexually abused
Right.
by the father. So because people are saying that the whole thing about the sexual abuse was made up, that they made it up and they're making up these letters that they wrote. They're making up that it ever happened.
Well, wasn't there something about a phone call, like maybe with the ex-band member? Like there was something with the band member person that's popping into my head. Yeah, Ricky Martin. Yeah, okay. So but not Ricky, separate from Ricky Martin, though I forgot that he was in that. But wasn't there some kind of something, maybe a phone call that was recorded, a prison phone call? Somebody will surely know what I'm talking about.
I think that people didn't believe that either. I think that it was not as believable back then. I think it was more.
Well, I remember hearing something where, and I 100% believe that this could be true, but like about that was a different time. And I don't want to say like it was more embarrassing. That's not what I mean. But like it was way more like,
Yeah, it was more covered up. It was more, it was more, I see what it was more shameful to have been a man who was abused.
Yeah, like not to say it's not like,
a girl to be abused, but I think it's very,
there were different feelings as a man, like a boy.
I think that's still
the psychiatrist. Yes, the psychiatrist, Teresa.
Yeah. Oh, the psychiatrist. Well, that was his
Recorded.
girlfriend was also a fucking crazy wench who decided that she should eavesdrop on everything that was happening. And then they got them to be able to admit all the psychiatrist stuff. I brought this up when we were talking about Richard Allen and how they, whether you're
Didn't the
allowed.
psychiatrist record their convos with them or something?
Yes.
How can you do that?
Well, it's not uncommon, but so the whole thing was supposed to be that the psychiatrist can't testify unless somebody is actually in harm's way. And then they pull out this whole, well, if it has to do with murder in any which way, then you can talk about it on the stand. And so that's how they ended up getting the psychiatrist's information to be able to come in, who's just a piece of shit. I mean, never trust
Yeah, but I think that's bullshit. Unless you're going to murder someone.
Right.
Not like a murder that already happened and you're just running your mouth.
Right. All right, I have to go get a kid from school. So we're going to start 7 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're across the pond, you're going to have to do the math yourselves. Other than that, we love you. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We know that you have 1,000 other places you could watch this trial, and you choose to watch it here with us. And I am extremely appreciative of it. So just know that I'm very thankful for you all. I'm very thankful for Sleuthie, who comes on and starts all this early in the morning so that we have the rest of the afternoon to be able to get some shit done, and I can stay down the Holly Bobo rabbit hole.
You're welcome.
I know. Now I'm even missing my Diddy stuff because of Holly Bobo. Damn it.
I need to work on more sketches.
Yes. Yes, you do. All right. We'll see you mañana. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. See you around the YouTube streets.
Love you. Bye.
Bye, sweetie.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one